You guys, we're on our way to Mission Dolores. So when my title says something, I could change it throughout the stream on YouTube, but if there's a title that says something, we're eventually always going to be there, but just expect adventures on the way. Like we made it to the Haight. This is so sick. What a nice spot. Ooh. This is our exclusive drop. Use 100 bits or a sub and drops enabled, but it's physical drops. Give you a little heart on the eye.
That's how far back we are, but look, that was the angle that it was all at when it was.
Accept it. All right, can you hear me? Hello, hi everybody, my name is Danny, also known as Potential Bliss. Welcome to my live stream. We are here in obviously Venice Beach. because people almost already running me over. Classic. Hi everybody, my name is Danny, also known as Potential Blizz. Welcome in. What's up, Barista August? Hey Fiend, hey Lakebug, Therion Rainbow. What is up? How's everybody doing? Hey Angel. Hey Pokemon fan. What's up, Novo? Hello. You guys, we are multi-streaming. We're live, partnered on Twitch, live, partnered on YouTube, and even live partnered on Kick. Believe it or not, tapping up the Kick helps if you have those available resources. Either way, what's up, Twitch? What's up, YouTube? What's up, fam? How the heck is everybody doing? What is good? Watching Mark wash his van. Nice. Been good. I'm out here in Cali, headed back home, going up to SF to see the Full House. Nice. And the Ghirardelli chocolate shop. Nice. There's so much in that area with the Ghirardelli shop too. You can see it's just such a perfect little spot. You can see the wharf. You see, walk around the corner and see the Golden Gate Bridge. You can go back the other way. You can go to Pier 39, the official Fisherman's Wharf. So much cool stuff there. Have fun. Angel, 40 stream streak. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Happy hump day. And midweek, everybody, good to see you. I sincerely hope everyone is well and having a great, beautiful day. Thank you, Barista. You're always so nice. Stop it. Oh, I appreciate you. Marina Del Rey was great last night. Wait, what? Did you go? Checking in, baby. Hey, Rhea. How are you? You went to Marina Del Rey last night? So what you're telling me is that you went last night. What up, Knox? How are you? I loved the art you shared. Oh, enjoy the lurk. Yoisty. Yoisty toasty. What's up, Yoist? Yeasty. How are you? It's okay, but a stressful week, but looking forward to some vacation. You deserve a big vacation. Double extend paid time off. Daddy Danny, hi. How are you? We're just going down to, it's like the Marina Del Rey's kind of like a neighborhood / marina. A lot of people live in the area. Not everybody that lives there has a boat or something there. Some people just rent spaces in the marina, but it's a mixture of like an entire city practically. It's its own little bubble, and once we get there you'll see what I mean. So we're walking the back alleys of Venice. The beach is just in front of these houses. So beach houses, baby. And the Venice Canals are down to our left, and we're kind of bypassing the noise back here. There's the beach. Family wanted to head home. Yeah, sometimes it's good to get home. What's up, Noobsner? Welcome in. Hey, Commando, what's up? Not dead yet. Hey, what's up? What's up? Well, how's it going? Welcome in. I just started up, so we're just taking a little walk together, which is pretty much all I do when I'm not in my van. Explore. Yeah, I'll take you some places today. Show you around south of Venice and south of Santa Monica and Venice. There's a lot of neighborhoods, and there's a community down here built around these little subdivisions that are right next to the beach. It's a lot quieter down here. It's interesting because North Venice is nice. Go down the beach, kind of gets crazier, a little more scammy. Get to South Venice, people don't even want to vend down there. They just want to vend in the northern part. But right when you get past South Venice, it turns into this quiet neighborhood. Nice, right? You can hear a pin drop back here, even with the 18-wheeler driving down the street. Even with the trucks, it's still quieter than 99% of other areas. Hey, KT, how the freaking heck you doing, dude? How's the knee healing up? Where's V-Cut? I wonder how her eyeball is doing. She had like a ripped cornea or something like that. Oh, it's so good to see everybody. Yo, Lakebug! Yo, thank you so much for freaking everything. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Oh, crap. Thank you. 27 months. Oh. My mom resubbed. It was like 20 months or something. I was like, holy shit. That was when we were crossing the bridge, Golden Gate Bridge at golden hour. And we had a golden Kappa hype train. And my mom subscribed for tier 3. She's like, I don't know what I'm doing, but you're telling me it's helping. So I was like, I need those plus points, Mom. You need to subscribe tier 3, okay? This is not a debate. I don't ask you for anything ever. She's like, I'll do it. Why wouldn't I? She's like, you just have to show me how. I was like, oh. It took me like 40 minutes to explain it to her, how to subscribe to me on Twitch. Maybe an hour. And I think she tried to do it first to get her boyfriend to do it. They've been together like 35 years. But he did it wrong. He like subscribed at tier 1. And I was like, it helps, thank you. But that wasn't what we were trying to do. She was like, well, tell me how to do it right. I was like, okay. I've never asked my family to do anything for me ever. Nowhere. But it did help. And it made the moment more special too, because what up, Ian? Because Mom was there. What's up, Jagged? Mikey, what's up, dude? Dude, squad. Is this Santa Monica? This is south of Venice. So if I walked like a half mile down the street, we'd be at the very southern part of like Venice beachfront, which is where all the vendors, the noise, the performers, all that kind of stuff is. So we're currently taking the peaceful walk. This is where people come when they don't want to see vloggers and streamers and shit. So the odds that I still get a funny look over here is pretty high. But technically, I only do this in places that I love, so if there's any kind of friction, then I just, clarify who I am and why I'm here doing this. I'm Danny. I only do this where I love places that I love. Good enough? Need any more explanation? Ooh, 130 stream streak. That's a frick ton. No roof in my house at the moment. All I got is plastic covering it. Hope it don't rain. Oh, shit, dude. I hope it doesn't rain or anything. Holy shit. How long till you get your roof back, dude? I got some extra plastic. Maybe a tarp if you need it. I don't need it as much as you do, I don't think. One more stream and I'm 115. Nice. What's up, Trissel? How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. What's good? Squad. And thanks to you guys who check in even if you're busy. Hey, young man. Tuppy. What's up? How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Tomorrow morning I get roof back on. And it's in the lounge also. Oh, shit. Okay. Your whole thing's unroofed. Well, that's good. At least tomorrow you're set to get all that repaired or whatever. In one day, they're going to put your whole roof on. What you guys up to? You guys escaping reality, or are you just kicking it for fun? What's going on here? You guys working? You guys taking it easy? You're retired? Some people are like, listen, man, every day is a day off for me. I'm X years old, and I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck. I wish I could say that one day. That's my goal, to be more like whoever says that kind of shit. You're like, listen, I'm over 60 years old. I don't have to do shit anymore, okay? I just enjoy. Hopefully that's a reality for millennials in the old age. Anybody born in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. That's me. Hell yeah. Tristle, I have a sugar mama. Nice. I've gotten some pretty legit offers from sugar mamas, but they're scary. I can't really. Working another hour, that's it? Nice. Damn, did I get on late or are you just ending early? Oh yeah, we're in different time zones. Yeah, nice Westie. White on white with the white houses and the white Westie. Chilling, doing house chores, stoned. Hell yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's jam then. Let's get the vibes going. I know I got some music queued up. Let's listen to some good shit. Yee! Commando. Beaver Doctor. Feel Good Wednesday. Yeah! Sometimes I wonder what my risks are outside of streaming risks, right? Like, or what's the biggest leap of faith I can take in a healthy direction that is risky but rewardy, you know? You ever wonder that? What's my next leap of faith? Sometimes I just sit and think about that. I think maybe for me it's just traveling more. Like well-calculated trips to cool places. Because that feeds my soul, you know, it enriches me. And I've been talking about how I need that in my life. Maybe just traveling a little more creates more of an opportunity for that. And I could stream it too, which is nice. Get stoned, UK playing footy tonight? Let's go. Yeah, who cares about the roof then? So this water comes from the ocean, just like the Venice Canals. Look at these gorgeous fucking houses. You know someone's in there cutting some cheese, picking their butt. You know what I'm saying? The good life. You know. If you could jokingly, what do you think a day in the life of somebody that lives here looks? Without being like totally disrespectful for the hard work that it takes to get there. Like, don't think about that. I imagine someone wakes up and they're like everything in life, they've worked so hard that everything just works when they want it. They get it. They just wake up and like stretch. It's like, all right, my life is fucking good. And then they like go over and, I don't know, get on some crazy machine we've never seen before that's like shooting red lights at them, and they're like, oh shit, I think I have to, I don't know, we'll see. Hold on, I'll go the other way. You wake up and there's like a group of people fanning you with leaves. They're like, good morning. Got like spring water running through like glacial ice at like on like a push table like next to your bed. They're like, do you want some pure water? They're like, your food will be ready when your personal chef has made him his meal. He's almost done. You're like, okay, good. It's like first the meal gets made by a personal chef for another personal chef, and that person eats it and then makes it again, and makes it to the preference of the, if it's approved, and makes it to the preference of the person who owns the home. See, now, I think that if you have wealth, that this is the point when you get the most depressed, is when you realize that life would be more interesting at this point if you just deprived yourself of all of these accommodations. And it's more of a flex than anything. Like, nobody raises families in these houses anymore, and like, you know, like, it's just a real estate thing. I feel like people used to buy these big houses and they'd be like, yeah, my kids are gonna live here. Bitch, you don't know where the fuck your kids are gonna want to live in 20 years from now. But they'll have some real estate that will literally just fade away because nobody uses these big houses like they used to. Like, how many celebrities out there were like, yeah, once I got the big house, it just got, you know, like, you realize you don't, it's like, fuck, nothing makes me happy. This is just a flex. This is just a real estate mogul bullshit thing. I understand if you have a gigantic family and you buy a nice house to raise them in, but it doesn't seem as though these end up being like that. You never see kids, you never see families. You really never see shit. It almost seems like there's nobody living in these fucking things. Like, nobody standing out on any of the back patios at all, ever, never. Not once, and I've walked down here like at least 200 times in my life. I mean, I see awnings open and blinds up and stuff, so I would imagine some of these houses... The houses are so nice that they'll just send housekeepers to them once a week to make them look legit, and then they only live in there like whenever it's convenient for them. They are cool as hell looking though, right? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they have shitloads of families living in them, but based off of just simple observation, I haven't seen any kind of family orientation or lots of activity. They're definitely not party houses either. So there's some type of preservation, and the people who live there are quiet. It's a flex. I mean, look, you're at the fucking... Got the water. This leads down to the ocean. You're far away from Venice enough to where you're able to live peacefully. Damn, these houses are huge, huge. Like, if my house I grew up in, these houses would eat that house like 6-7 times, at least. I just can't imagine having, I don't know. I've been in houses like this too. It's crazy. The fucking master bathroom is like the size of the house I grew up in. Like, the bathroom of the master bedroom was like the same size, if not bigger than the master bedroom. It's just like an open wall that you walk through and you're like in the bathroom kind of thing. You can walk like 45 steps across the bathroom. What's up, Glynis? Some days it's really hard to explain the way that feeling that everything is virtual reality. I mean, I mean that my thing about that, like, is life a simulation? I mean, like, if every simulation we've ever made is based off of life, then it's like the simulator model. Then, I mean, if we base all of our simulations off this, is this not also simulating? I mean, at this point, play the fucking game, dude. Who cares? We're the model for every bit of simulation that's ever existed, so let's make it fun. Let's make their next simulation of this more interesting because of what we do in the real deal, or whatever this kind of is. Yo, when I say stuff like this, it's not like I'm stubbornly connected to some definite like answer or absolutes on my end, you know? Unless I say that, which is probably, I don't know, it would have to be about something that has like super good information and analysis on it, and something that has proof. Yeah, shit, am I gonna have to fucking walk? Oh, jeez. Am I gonna have to walk all the way back and take the other way? Shit. Maybe. Also, why am I walking in the freaking sun, bro? Oh, it's gonna get loud for a second. Hold on. Glynis! A square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not necessarily a square. What if all those... What? Do they have to be the same thing? Can't everything just have its own shape and still make sense? What do you mean? What's the point behind that? You got me super duper curious. Wood streak. In regards to the simulation, I think YouTube is broken, by the way. The algorithm put me under the rug or some shit. It's a goddamn shame. Coming weeks, I won't have to think about should I bring a hoodie, but I brought one today, and it's just been, it is fucking hot already. Rectangle doesn't have the same length on all sides, right? Square does. I assume that's common knowledge. Well, I mean, I understand geometry and shapes, yeah, but about the simulation, in regards to the topic we're talking about, where does that fit in? Yo, Allie, thank you so much for the friggin' 9 months. Thank you. You absolute legend. How are you? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we get some dubs in the chat? How's everything? How are you? How have you been? Whoa, Lakebug becoming 21 months of membership on YouTube. Thank you so much. Woo! Tired? Oh. Is that summer heat or just working? What's going on? Why are you so tired? Here's some electrolytes. They say it helps. I got you. You've been so generous to me. Let me know. I'll meet you. Drop some... I'll be the electrolyte plug. Drop you a few packets. Both? Yeah. Never been a fan of summer. I look forward to it like crazy, and then I'm like, okay, I have to adapt to this now? Fuck. And work is the usual. Okay. But at least you're working, and you're alive, and you're still amazing, so that's all that matters. Fuck everything else, right? Get some good rest, some good snacks. I know you know good snacks. Chill when you get the chance. Must feel good just to be done with work for the day, or done with errands and work, etc. Sheesh. Flood warning going, so I can go kayaking. You mean it's not? Flood warning's gone? That was flood. Oh. Oh my god, I was laughing so hard with Dan last night when we rated Dan Music is Code with you and Tort's accounts and like the fucking dude. I was laughing so fucking hard, honestly. It was like the best laugh I had all day. I was just smiling from ear to ear. He's all confused and I'm like, no, this is what you're seeing. Let me rationalize this a little bit for my friend who's very logical. This guy, he's like a fucking music major, you know? He's such a good guy. But it was fun watching him fucking try to Glynis has Tort Life, right? SF Tort Life. They stream on SF Tort Life. She chats on both accounts. It's fun. But she was like chatting in the stream we rated with Tort Life's account, which is a real tortoise. I mean, the account is made for a tortoise. I mean, it's kind of funny to watch to have to explain the trick. You know, it's almost like you see a magician do a trick, and I think Dan would be the kind of person that'd be like, I need to know how that was done. Like, all jokes aside, that was cool, but like, explain. Like, he would have to know. Like, he kind of caught on, and then he was like, but really, like, you're typing on the account for the tortoise, pretending to be the tortoise, and this is and I was just like, God damn, all right, you've got it. You nailed it on the head. I was like, oh, handled. Isn't he so talented? Is so incredibly talented, dude. You ask him to play something and you're like, oh wait, I didn't mean to cry right now. Because he has this like instrument. It's like a flute MIDI controller. So he like puts this thing in his mouth, and then while he's playing piano, he'll keep playing piano with one hand, and then he'll reach over to another keyboard, and every note he hits on the keyboard plays the note on the MIDI flute, right? So he's able to do this all digitally and live. And so he'll be playing piano with two hands, and he'll take one hand off the piano, keep playing with the hand that's still there, and move the hand he takes off to another keyboard, and then that keyboard's programmed to the flute. So now he's like harmonizing with the flute and his piano playing, and it's not even live looped. It's actually all done live. Like, so it's such an incredible. I've never seen anybody do it with like one of those flute things and a keyboard and like combine the two, and I don't know. Fits in that you said because we base all simulations on real life. Life could pretty well be a simulation. Simply basing something off the base thing doesn't mean the base thing the same thing. You could base a painting on something you see, but the something you see doesn't have to be a painting. Yeah, that's all true. I agree. Honeycomb? Wait, Therion, are you here? I compare a sheet of music to being reality, and the notes are ego, intention, consciousness. Yeah, that's a cool way to look at it. I was like just watching every video I could about PewDiePie and like his Odysseus thing that he built, basically, right? And like watching him explain why he built it, and it's just so fun to watch. Just like a 20-minute video on his channel. And he's like, I built this and it's fucking free. Like, you guys can just have it. Like, I needed this, so you can have it, and it's free. And like, and it's just like, it makes so much sense. And but like 8 months ago, he posted a video that you probably watched at some point, maybe, about, it said, I hate Google, or something like that. And then what he did is he like explains de-Googling and like what to download to de-Google, and like how to encrypt anything you want, and how to use and download what you need to still operate the phone with like full functionality, but without them sharing all your data all the time and all that shit. It's a pretty good one. It's it's like, if you need maps, download this. If you need, you know, you can use this for this for this. Not really familiar. Oh, okay. What's this guy's name? PewDiePie. PewDiePie was the biggest YouTuber in the world. And then he got married and had a child. And then he quit YouTube.
They're having a massive wedding. And she's
And then after he quit YouTube, he started some projects. And so he started publishing videos on that same YouTube channel, but about that kind of stuff. I think the thing about his little user interface thing was that it's private and secure and it's ran locally, but it can search the web. So like if you plug Claude and ChatGPT and Google AI Studio into it, like you just run it locally and it doesn't only have to use the local data. So it's just like hyper fucking intelligent multi-interface that basically secures your everything you're using it for. Oh, and then he explains in the video how to set up a Linux server and get a Hetzner server just like I got, and pay $5 a month for like I forget what it is, maybe like a terabyte or something like that. But scaling is like insanely affordable. Like you could get like 20 terabytes. And it's not like a full server, it's just a storage cloud. So you don't have to use Google's storage cloud. And if you wanted to build your own, you could literally just chat with an AI bot like Claude, and then it would help you build and set up your server in like, you know, an hour. And all you'd have to do is start using it once you're done, and the maintenance, and pay the $5 overhead every month for like 1 terabyte. Well, I don't know. It's like a certain style of server setup where it's not a full server. It's just for the storage. That's it. One singular use. You have a Roomba or whatever they're called. My home server, MUS Linux. I choose Ubuntu. That's what I used on the one that I built for the project I was working on. It's running 6 years nonstop, except when system upgrades. That makes sense. What's up, Nala? I have 2. Thought one broke, but it turns out the customer service just really failed me and sent me the right part after 2 months. Oh my gosh. Hi Liz, how are you? Yeah, I think I'm shadow banned on YouTube or something. Or the algorithm's actually broken or something. Something's wrong. It'd be like if I suddenly had like 5 viewers only on Twitch every day. It's definitely something wrong. Something changed. Shadow ban? I don't know. I think it's the algorithm. Shadow ban is when like maybe you spam post or you get reported for something you actually maybe did wrong, which I haven't really done either of those things, but basically I went from getting really good viewership, a lot of new people showing up to YouTube every single day, and to that not really being a thing the last couple weeks. I love the Mac OSs. Hi VK, how are you? How's your eye? How's everything? Oh yeah, I'm sweating. Sun's coming out. We're about to enter the Marina del Rey. Still got it? Good. Thank God. I was thinking about that before I started streaming today. I was like, I wonder how B-Kite's eye is doing. What up, Kerr? How are you? Right. Yeah, they got all that shit protected. Parazak, what's up? Oh, that's nice, Glynis. Hey, peeps. What's up, Rainbow? Is your back doing okay? Hopefully. It's as good as it can be. Oh, that's good. Sometimes that's as good as it gets, right? Gotta take good care of yourself if your back's hurting still. Gotta rest that back. I'm gonna go on about this. Saying pardon if I overshare some stuff at the end of a hot day. Be careful about that. I was overheated, I think. Just wanted to make sure I didn't hurt anyone's feelings. No, not at all. Nope. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, well you gotta keep things extra clean if you have a tortoise. Or a Josh. In my experience, Linux is much more stable than Windows. Yeah, I feel like I should just get another server and set myself up a little 1 terabyte cloud server or something. I could set up a system where when my stream ends, it like records it on the OBS that runs on my server, on my streaming server. And then I could have another server talking to that server. And then once the stream is finished and it saves, could gradually upload that at any pace, really. And then by the next day or the morning or whatever, the stream from the day before could like always be stored in that cloud server on Wetzner, on like a Linux server, storage server. And then delete it once it's confirmed that it's sent. Delete the, automate the deletion of the file once it's been sent from the streaming server to the storage server. break his veganism on accident. He'd be pissed. So here's the marina. If you guys didn't notice, we made it. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good. A little hot. I should take off this hoodie before I regret it. Thank you for asking. How about yourself? It's too hot. Oh, so much better. Have a McDonald's McMuffin. I could throw you guys on my chest for a minute. It's been a while. Oh. Alright, now I won't melt in the sun. I think you're correct about YouTube, it's not right. No, for sure, something's definitely changed. I looked at all my settings to make sure I'm not like accidentally privating it or something. Like it's that drastic of a change for sure. I don't know why. Like usually there's people that drop that automated comment that says said hi and they tell me where they're from. Like Discovery was very real and working very well. Something changed. Apparently YouTube does this shit a lot. I'll have to look into it. Music shows I could have gone to this evening. Well, sometimes it's better to rest. I love these apartments on the canal. Probably really expensive and come with strict HOA. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is the marina. The canals are further away. Huh. I'll have to check that, Rainbow. Ebony Nicole. Oh, okay. Yeah, lovely area. Unbelievably expensive. People love living here. I mean, look at that fucking yacht. It's like a fucking $8 million yacht. Robots to clean the robots. That's what I thought you meant, Glynis. One time somebody in the YouTube live stream was like, hey, I have a boat here. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, come to it right now. And he didn't axe murder me. And he was a real person. And we went on his sailboat. Remember? Literally just streaming. And somebody in chat was like, yeah, by the way, you ever want to come on the boat? And I was like, you're fucking kidding me. I was like, I'll come right now. I'm glad Mark rated us in January of last year. Me too. You want to live on a sailboat? I have a lot of friends who did that, even in this marina. It's weird life, I'll tell you that much. You can get like a really good deal on a boat, and then you have to like sign up to like a waiting list to be like a resident. And then you can just live on it while you're waiting for the application to be approved or not. And like that could be like fucking 10 years. It's really weird. I think that it's risky. Basically, my friends were basically breaking the rules to live there. I've slept on sailboats before as a place to stay, like in Hawaii. I remember I woke up and the first thing I did was hit my head on a bunch of fishing poles because the fishing poles were hung right above this bed. You only really had like 10 inches between you and the fishing poles once you squeezed into the bed. Oh, that's cool. Get some merch. I've met some pretty cool sail crews. I've been invited to some crazy trips that I didn't take, except the invite. But I have some friends who've sailed pretty far, like seasonally. We met a guy when I was in San Diego. This guy, it happened more than once now that I'm thinking of it, because it's happened here. But then in San Diego, somebody was like, hey, I'm across the San Diego River in my boat. Like, let me honk my boat horn. And he lives in a boat there. If it wasn't for Mark, you wouldn't have met some cool, amazing people. Like who? That's awesome. I found you from Mark, I think. Oh, nice.
Nothing is dull is what's in my scope. What I'm cutting back is only quicker to attack. Chip on my shoulder, chip off the old block. Pulling all the strings, I'm just a puppet sock.
Oh, musicians. Yeah, I see. I thought you were talking about streamers. Starlink works everywhere, bro. International waters, you name it. It just works. I mean, the future is our phones do that now. You know, like in the near future, Starlink is just like a stepping stone to our phones already being capable of fucking doing all of that. Like, we literally already have access to it, it's just not turned on yet, you know? Like, we should have Starlink access on every plan, on every service provider for cell phones in the whole country. There's no reason why we don't, other than just time. What up, John? Oh, nice, Glennis. Yeah, TikTok doesn't have a good lifespan. It's not sustainable and fun. Like, a little bit of your soul dies when you keep doing TikTok after you blow up on TikTok. That's just kind of how it works. The people there are vapid. I don't know. I haven't seen Haikiri in a while. That's a good question. Well, I know that boats and sailboats can be pretty big cost, you know? Like, I knew a dude who was constantly working on boats for other people, and he told me the amount of money some of these people have to put into the boats is insane. Like, for you know, to make it ready for the open waters, like to really take it out on a sailing trip. I could see you doing it. I could see you doing sailboat life. Danny's next move, become a TikTok dancer. No. You know, I got like 150,000+ followers on TikTok without having to do too much. So. Oh, that's crazy, Glynis. Yeah, I don't know. I get car sick sometimes. So I wonder if that would like, I'd get seasick. Oh my God, that high-pitched sound is brutal. What the fuck is that sound? Oh my gosh. Wow, what was that fucking sound, dude? That was evil. Could you guys hear that high-pitched sound? What up, Gus? Checking in, baby. Enjoy the lurk, Gus. You did it. It's weird. Mike, it's so good to see you. How you doing? How you doing? I'm on dialysis. Okay, good luck with dialysis. This sailboat's called Seabatical. Seabatical. It's funny when you have a boat here, you're stoked. Because you can go sail out in front of Venice Beach and everything, like sail past Santa Monica, out to Malibu. It is trippy to think that the water is traversable, like you can sail from here to San Diego if you want. You can go anywhere. Yeah. But I mean, like, I would imagine that some of these people probably like have a house or a family member in San Diego and have a house or something here. And if they want, they can just kind of like leisurely go from here to San Diego, but only through the water. It just seems like such a fun way to go from A to B. But the truth is that most of these things fucking never hit the water. W stream, love you, Gus. Or to Mexico, yes. Yeah, I think so. It's kind of like a new patio, but it's a boat. Like it just sits there in the dock and you go hang out on it. And it costs a lot more to actually take the thing out. And it takes effort. Like you actually have to work to get the thing fucking, you know, out to the water. Whether it's windy or not. I think what a lot of people do is that like it looks like they're living in it, but they're not. They just spend all of their fucking waking days in there, and then they walk back home afterwards. They basically just, yeah, it's like an added thing for the house. Wow, look at this little buggy. How cool. The surfboard on top, dude, that's fucking sick. It's screwed in. It's just part of the look. It's for shade. It's literally just for shade. Oh my God, it has a parking ticket in the fucking, on the window. That's so silly. How dare you give a cool car like that a parking ticket? There should be some kind of rule. Like if you have like a super ridiculously rare, awesome, cool ass, like in good shape vehicle and you park it somewhere where you shouldn't, they should just say, you know, they should just give them a pass. Because it's more interesting to see than it is for it to not be there, you know? Been on for 6 years, okay. $5 and I love you. If only tickets worked that way. They're like, I will never do that again. I learned my lesson. Yeah, like before even going out into the water, you'd probably have to like move and secure like tons of shit, like from all over the boats. Like there's probably so many things that could just fall into the water if you don't. Like if you start basically using it, buying new shit, like storing all kinds of stuff like related to the boat and the outings. See this one's got some charm to it right here. I don't know if you guys can see it. My service is really, really bad over here. Yeah, service sucks. Accept it. Let's go.
My dreams were so big, my head high in the clouds. I knew the day would come, I finally stepped out. I was on that plane in a pair of buffalo boots. I'm from Paris, France, with these cosmic American blues. Constantly on the first
Sorry about that.
train, I land in the city of light. Pretty soon I was standing out there getting drunk, singing songs out loud. Rose said, shoot the dance, it's a party on the set. And just then up came a girl with cherry blonde curls named Red. She said, Monsieur Brooklyn, won't you play me one more tune?
Testing.
Then we can head back to my place.
So yeah, if you haven't noticed yet, it's just row after row of Marina. So there's apartments.
Well, now we were passing
A lot of people
down by the old canal.
live here.
Getting loud, drawing a crowd, people dancing, singing shortbread. 3 a.m. in the
Apartment complexes like these luxury style ones are very common and very popular. You pay more, but you know, you don't have to mow your lawn, you don't have to plant your flowers every year, you don't have to sweep, you don't have to do nothing. Management handles everything, like any of your needs. So it's very hands-off living, very laid-back living.
But all I wanted was some wine to feel fine with my cosmic American blues.
You used to live in Marina Del Rey, nice. What was rent like back when you lived here? And what kind of like place did you have? So like you actually see families and stuff in Marina Del Rey. You don't see it as much in like that South Venice chunk that's like before Marina Del Rey, like after the beachfront, like all those beachfront houses that kind of stop here essentially. Yeah, I love you, Gus. I was going to Santa Monica College at the time. My girl and I split it like 1K overall. Wasn't too bad, but that was a while ago. Nice. Wow, that's a great deal, man. think Rainbow's asking who Liz is, but you can see both comments on the bottom of the screen now, Rainbow. So Liz said something to Gus. You think you could live on a boat if you had a spot? Probably not. I probably would avoid it. No, she does. Liz has always been reading that bottom chat that always had Twitch on it. Now it has YouTube on it too, so now it can go both ways. It smells like fucking bacon bits. Bacon. Some people do might be fun to meet him. I actually have some friends who lived in here. And one time when I was streaming in the marina, this guy was like, "Hey, I live here. Come check out my boat." And I literally just like went straight to his boat. And I have some friends who specifically live in that marina in this area. They're a little more low key. Got their G-Wagons in the fucking shaded parking lots. It's kind of cool. It's a boat community. Yeah, people out here are super chill too. Probably streamed out here like 40 times. Sometimes you'll catch a sea lion out here. What's up, Smiley? How you doing? Is that called the marquee? I mean, it's the chat. We can call it marquee, whatever we want. But the reason it cuts stuff off is a system I built because if it lets the whole message go through, then you won't see who said it and you'll miss the beginning. So I sacrifice longer messages by creating a rule where it automatically shortens it, but it only shortens it enough so that you can always see the username too. So it's not perfect because of the limited space. That's why I was saying I'll build a whole nother one that just goes over the screen. And it's more like takes up like 30% of the screen, and it's not just like a marquee. It's more of a, looks like it would on the, I don't know how to explain it. But I can have another chat too. If you had a boat, what would you name it? I would name it, I don't know. I think that would take a lot of life and a lot of actually getting a boat to really kind of come up with something special. You don't know either? I was just about to ask you. It is a hard question. Probably. What's up, Dismay? How are you? Welcome in. It's so good to see you. What you up to today? Transparent widget. Fire Patrol. Chilling. How you feeling? I'm feeling pretty good. I feel pretty chilling myself. God, they did a pretty good job of making this shit look pretty cool. I mean, like Marina Del Rey is when they finally decided to stop fucking around with stupid ass little small buildings. And they decided to put these really nice size apartment complexes everywhere so that way more people could live in the smaller space. And it works. I feel like if Venice had done this like a long time ago, there'd be more housing at more affordable rates. Now you just have all these little tiny houses everywhere that get turned into mansions once they're bought out. It's bullshit. Yeah, Marina Del Rey is pretty chill. I've seen some crazy shit here before. Since I live in my van and travel through my van and all that, I know a lot of homeless people. And a lot of the artists and vendors and stuff. Some of them meet up here at the beach. I've seen some crazy fights and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of, you mostly see people, it's a mixture of people, I feel like. It's like young people, it's families, people that look like they're retired, that just love their dog more than anything else in life. And look, they have this little cafe. They got all kinds of stuff. You don't have to wander too far. I could see it becoming more of like a retirement home unless younger people make more money. Because rent here now, that one place you rented for like $1,000 is probably like $3,800 if it was like a 1-bedroom. See, look, family. Bienvenue. It was 1 bed, yeah. Wow, what good times though. $1,000 a month back with your girlfriend from back in the day in Marina Del Rey. I mean, fuck, dude. I'd be thinking about that for the rest of my life. I mean, look at this place. Everything we've walked through in the past hour and a half is just like endless apartments in Marina. This is the last portion of it. Once you walk around this, you kind of get to the main street. It's called Lincoln. And if you don't go to the street, but you walk on the front of the buildings on the opposite side of the marina, like if we're going to do that, walk around, then you can go down and you can take it over to this park or to like Trader Joe's or to another section of Marina. And on 4th of July, they have a huge fireworks show over there. So we went there like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. It was like my first stream where I went to like a big event and there was a shit fuck ton of people there and my service sucked ass. And it kept fucking crashing and everybody had to keep rejoining and I was just like, you know, this is a pain in the ass. Lincoln, don't remind me, right? Even if you try to avoid Lincoln, you really got to know your shit. I noticed that the Waymos know their shit more than the average driver because I take certain neighborhoods to get away from Lincoln traffic, and I'll drive through like very specific parts of Venice and Santa Monica to like avoid that. And I noticed my little paths that I always take are increasingly filled with Waymos, those driverless taxis. That's how I know it's a good route. When the Waymos start taking the back roads that I take just to cut through all the traffic and save electricity from their batteries. Waymo's able to make split decisions like with the information without looking at it like we have to. So like say you're in traffic on Lincoln, which is a busy street, especially during rush hour, and sometimes you'll sit at a light 6 times, especially if you're turning left. Like if somebody in front of you doesn't know that creep up method where when you're in the left turning lane, if you don't drive basically into the middle of the lane, you're not fucking getting through that light, especially during rush hour. And I've had people just sit there for like 4 rotations of the light and I want to lose my mind. And the thing about Waymo is it's just like, click, I'm not doing that. It'll like turn down a side street without a second thought and it'll save so much fucking time. And the Waymos actually give pedestrians the right of way. So like every asshole that drives a fucking Beamer or Tesla in LA that seems to be in the biggest fucking rush in the world while they're in a car that drives 100 miles an hour, that somehow me walking across the street on my feet, that they don't have time to make sure that the pedestrian goes first or the pedestrian is safe. They creep up. Sometimes when people creep up to me like that, I stop and I just kind of stare at them. And I'm just like, I don't know what's going on here, but I think that human beings without the protection of a giant fucking vehicle have the right of way. And it's always guys. It's always guys. Always. Anytime a girl like pulls into the street when I'm crossing, they're always like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, my bad. And I'm always like, it's okay. But every time a guy does it, they just act like that they're the most important thing in the world. And if that's what gets you far in the world, I don't want to get far in the world. I just want to be me. I just want to be able to think about other people and not be selfish as fuck all the time because it's so sad to see. It sucks to be on the other end of that. It's like, oof, you're the type that makes me lose faith in normal humanity shit, like society. I remember when I was a little kid, I was walking home from school and I was like almost hit by a car that was just being like negligent to pedestrians. And I was like, oh my God, like he scared the shit out of me. And he was like, what? And I was like, what? You almost hit me. And he's like, yeah, you want me to get out and beat your ass? And I was like, what? I was like, listen, buddy, I'm like fucking 11 years old and you must be like 30. And what? I was so confused. And that was like back when my brother was alive too. So I was like, I mean, it's like, should I tell my brother? Because my brother told me, anybody ever fucks with you, like ever actually threatens you, tell me. Like, don't wait. Don't hesitate. Let me know immediately. And I just remember thinking, like, fuck that guy. Like, I could get his ass beat. Even though I was a child, I was still like, I'm the kid with the big brother. And my brother has a lot of friends, like, they, like, love me. They stick up for me. Like, if they found out that some dude treated me like that, like, a few blocks from my house, that's not good. Like, I need to be able to walk the streets and feel comfortable. I was like, I'm gonna tell my brother. It's like that. Yeah, life be like that. It's okay. I reached an age where my brother realized that he should be more worried about himself than me. And I understood our relationship changed. Like when I got taller than him. It's like, shit, he can defend himself now. In fact, he could beat me up now. Yeah, exactly. My brother was super fucking brutally honest. Like if he didn't like somebody or something, he'd be like, fuck that shit, fuck that person, fuck that, He just, a bit of a savage. He was a great person. Yeah, I mean, I worked since I was old enough to, not even old enough to work. I worked before I was even old enough to work. And a lot of people overworked me, took advantage of me, underpaid me. And I learned a lot from him that like working for a job like that is a sacrifice to yourself, and they're lucky to fucking have you. Like as much as a dick as it makes you sound if you say that to the people that fucking employ you, it's like, listen man, me working here is a sacrifice to my joy in life, but I have to work here. You're lucky that I'm here. Like you're lucky someone with a soul is fucking working here, okay? And then I've carried that through my life. People are like, what are you capable of? I'm like, I don't know. Do you have a fucking manager position or an executive position? Because like, I know I'm capable of a new job position being created just for me. Like, just give me a shot. I'll just clean your toilets if I have to, but I'd rather do something that really proves my fucking value to the world. The only reason I'm working for anybody but myself is to keep pushing myself on my own mission. And that is to just be alive and enjoy life and make the best of it. It sounds cliche, but it's not as easy as people think. Just quit a job today because of that. Damn, yeah. Yeah. You're doing good though, thanks. I can see why you're doing your own thing, exactly. And like, I mean, I have one person in my life that's still alive that I would cancel my whole life just to work for them full time. Like if they hit me up and they were like, listen, I've got some shit that I need more help with, and if you're willing to work again and work full time, like you can stream. Like I have a friend whom I worked for years, and then I saved up and bought the van. When my brother passed away, I quit that job. Then I started traveling and streaming. And then I got back to LA and I started working for them again while streaming. Then I pushed for partner and it just totally pulled me away from that job completely. And, but like I trust them enough to know that I would have to make a big commitment. Like I would have to immediately get them to co-sign for me for like an apartment nearby, etc. Like only one person in my life that's still alive that if they hit me up, that I would trust and believe in them enough because I worked for them enough to know that they are successful and that they're going to continue to succeed, and that this is like the only friend in my life who, you know, she used to be a lawyer, now she's an exquisite artist, high-end art, and she just knows business and family, and she knows how important it is to hire people that you have around you and not just hire fucking people that are on some list somewhere that can do the job, to make sure that you lift everybody up around you when you're succeeding. Like that's the role model that I need in my life. So the only person is Victoria, my friend. And I had other friends like that in my life that I've been a part of their journey, I've been a part of their business endeavors. It's succeeded monumentally and like all of these things, and unfortunately those people are no longer with us. So if I think about it, if I'm sitting here and thinking realistically, what do I have? What can I commit to? Who wants me? Who values me? Well, it's streaming, of course. It doesn't mean it's going to pay my bills, but it can. So it's streaming, of course. You know, bigger risk, bigger reward. You know, I guarantee you if I start traveling fucking Europe and UK and like hit up different countries, that it will expand our reach and will introduce new viewers and new streamers and new overlap. And I understand there's a lot to IRL streaming that really pushes you through that glass ceiling that you're probably gonna hit, and that everybody hits. Usually breaking through that glass ceiling is just like risking it and spending a shit fuck ton of money to travel the world and hope that you can stream and it works out. But yeah, so I've got streaming and I've got Victoria working in the art industry, kind of like fully committing, laying out anything that I'm capable of and really like streamlining a salary position again through her. Other than that, it's just me in the content world. Like ideally.
How long is your hair?
It's pretty long.
Damn. You be my hair donor.
Have a good one. He said you could be my hair donor. But yeah, I mean, if I could create more streams of income through the internet, if I could make like clips channels, and if my YouTube, I could have more longer form, like supercuts and highlights of my streams like I've been always wanting to do. I think that if I can do that in an edited way that allows advertising and allows those to collect ad revenue, that it would help the whole ecosystem of everything I do online because of the exposure, if it like actually got views. But it would also bring people to the streams, and then that ad revenue would help me a lot. Like YouTube ad revenue, even if you're doing decent and you're consistent, is practically life-changing. Like, you know, so there's all these avenues and things that I could consider as far as being a content creator and what to do, when to do, where to do. So one of my things that I built was my automation system, Bliss Tools. Bliss Tools is like a scheduling website that I can schedule posts across Instagram stories, reels, photos, videos, YouTube shorts. And once I apply and get approved, I'll be able to do the same thing on TikTok. So I have a Google Sheet document that communicates with my website, and my website sets a schedule, And then as long as I drop all the files, all the media files in the right folders in my Google Drive, then I have an automated posting system for myself. So I have like a media publishing manager that I built on a Linux server for me. So I'm taking all the steps necessary that, like, say if I got a consultation from like a social media manager who's like working still today in 2026, I think one of the first things that they would inquire to me about is like, why don't you post on your 155,000 followers on TikTok? Why don't you post to your 25,000 on Instagram and your other account with like 10,000 on Instagram and your other account with like 7,000? Why don't you post clips to your Twitter? Why don't you post shorts and reels of every clip that you take? Like, why don't you this and that? Well, why don't I? Because it's exhausting, bro. I have all these huge fucking platforms, and all I have the energy to do is to plan streams and stream and sleep. So I was like, how do I remedy that? Oh, I build myself a bot that can automate my posting. So I essentially have a publishing manager, but I built it. And it was not easy. It took me 140 fucking hours of coding and building 4 different websites and learning how to like automate token refreshing, learning how to streamline it as much as it can be, and like how to maintain it. And it took me 140 fucking hours to build myself a social media manager just so that I would feel obligated, honestly. So I'd feel more pressure. I didn't just put 140 hours into this to slack, you know? So I just finished that a few days ago. And so, should I live in a 90s Volvo, constantly have to wrench on, or couch surf until your friends inevitably start hating you? Well, I've done neither of those. So, I mean, like, anytime somebody offers me a place to stay, I sleep in my van, or I just don't go, you know? Or I leave after. I say, no, I'm good. That's why I have the van. I've always been a firm believer that you should never overstay your welcome, especially if somebody lets you stay there. So, personally, I don't really couch surf or sleep on anyone's couch or use anyone's shower for almost 1,000 days in a row. We're like 10 days away from 1,000 days of doing this lifestyle and streaming IRL, living in the van. I have not accepted any really offers from anybody.
D-5 subscribed to your
Yo, Dito with the tier 2. Thank you. How are you, dude? Yeah, I say the more you avoid everybody, the better. And then really make it worth it when you do it, you know? Like maybe go for a holiday. Make it super special. Be a part of something that like you staying overnight makes it more special, not just because you need a place to stay. Granted, some people are like, come shower. Like, I don't give a fuck how you feel about your visit here. Like, I want you to feel like comfort. I want you to take a shower, sit in the bathroom for an hour, not worry about anybody knocking. Now that's different. If somebody offered me that, I'd probably accept it, but nobody offered me that in 3 years. Doesn't matter. I mean, my first month of living in the van, I was uber depressed because my brother just died. I literally didn't brush my teeth, my hair. I was like squirting a squirt bottle on my armpits and washing them with soap in my van. I was the most depressed ever. I couldn't even function. I couldn't do nothing. It was bad. But, you know, it happens, bro. What up, Charlie? It happens. Sometimes you got to deal with life, and sometimes it slows you down. And sometimes the one thing you should be able to take care of is yourself, and you forget. But, you know, flip the script on that. Made a change, recognized it. Yeah, gym memberships are legit. Yeah, I use the gym. Precisely. Going well, just taking a lunch break. How are you? I'm all right, thank you. I'm glad you're doing all right. I hope work's going good. They build these little fences on the side so people don't climb around, sneak in. Work pays me, so that's good. Thank God. Nothing else to report, really. Okay, okay. When are we gonna get a house in San Diego? Ta. Watching, waiting, commiserating. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights out. There's always some rundown fucking, oh Jesus. The fucking needles, bruh. Whole ass syringes. Bro, there's a bin for that. You don't fucking throw that shit on the ground, dog. God damn, dude. Come on, LA. There's kids and dogs out here. Fucking needles on the ground where they're just straight up. There's always some like abandoned, haunted cafe in every marina. And this is the one. Cafe del Rey. Coastal inspired cuisine. Wow. Looks like people have tried to use this for electricity, I'm sure. Yeah. Cutting all the wires and shit, trying to hijack some power from this little unit here. For sure. That's why we don't have public places to charge anything nowadays. It's kind of silly. You can't even go into most Starbucks and plug in a phone or a computer. I miss the days of like, you know. New man, what's up, dude? You on head cam? No, you're on chest. And outside of chest, I have the tripod. Marina Crime Watch. Suspicious activities are reported, I'm sure, yeah. Sure, buddy. Here's the California Yacht Club. Have you seen these apartments? Look at these motherfuckers. The first floor is actually like the fourth floor, you know? 16 floors. Oh, right here on the left? That was the one? These ones? They don't even look old at all. They look pretty new. Yeah, that shit now expensive as fuck, bro. Like, one bedroom here, I don't know. Could look it up. In fact, we've been in this complex before on the opposite side of the street off Lincoln instead of on this street. And we looked up the prices. It's very expensive. They aren't old, okay. $1,000 a month? How long ago? seems like a steal. If I could find a fucking 1 bedroom for $1,000 a month right now by the beach, that was this nice, I would literally sign the fucking lease right now. Like today. I'd be like, yep, I've done this. Oh my gosh. $1,000 a month. It's hard to imagine. Yo, 3-stream streak, let's go. No, I like it when people share stuff, don't worry. So this is nice. This is kind of like got its whole vibe going on. They have their own landscaping with fish. There's hella fucking koi fish in here. Lots. Biggins. They're coming over to the edge. They think I'm gonna feed them. Oh, you can't even see them. So you can see the colorful one, look. Oh, lots of them. And then you got Seaport Village. Seaport Village kind of supposed to be charming. It's pretty quiet though. Most people don't walk through the marina unless they live there or near there. So a lot of people don't get to see it or don't really find a reason to go. Oh yeah, I smell that dank weed. I smell it. I smell it in the air. It's like the incense that I need around my neck. This is what people smell when I walk by. I mean, no offense, but there really isn't much community. Like, it's more about just making friends. Like the community here, there is some community stuff, but genuinely, most of it is it's too far spread out. Holy shit, a server rack. Or something. Could have been like an amp rack for the inside of a boat. What does it say? Oh, it's a lift. An arthrotonic stabilizer. Holy shit, what the fuck does that mean? What's an arthrotonic stabilizer? And why does it look like there's blood on the fucking thing? What the heck? It seems dangerous, don't touch that. Oh, they'll fuck with your car to make sure you don't surf there? Well, I mean, that's some good old-fashioned get your ass whooped type shit. Territorial stuff when it comes to surfers, like if they're just dicks, I don't know. They need help. I park along the Malibu coast anywhere I want. I just stay there all day, and surfers look at me and I'm like, what? Did I take your spot? Sorry. I don't see too much of that territorial stuff on the highway, like on Malibu. We go to Malibu a lot. All my streams are ran off solar, So like everything I'm using right now is charged by solar charged power stations. So when I'm in LA, I can cruise over to Malibu, utilize the sun and the views to hang out and charge things. Yeah, I actually lived in Maui for a year, and before I lived in Maui for a year, I went like to Hawaii and island hopped and stayed on like all the various islands for months at a time, and made a lot of friends. Kind of changed my life, honestly, but that was a long time ago. But I lived in Maui like 4 years ago for a year. Honestly, I literally started streaming on Twitch when I moved to Maui, pretty much. Some of my first streams were in LA, but then I moved to Maui almost immediately. The hell is here? I mean, there's a lot of analytics and statistics that are pretty jarring. Like the largest, like basically the Hawaiians are the highest percentage of homeless population on the island. Hawaiians make up the largest population of homelessness. And the largest population of anybody is white-skinned, no matter where you're from. Just not from there. So of course there's going to be some systemic, deep-seated racism and hate towards people that, you know, there's a lot of history in the islands, and I think if you go there and you're just very leisure and you're just trying to like do nothing and be not a part of anything, and you just want to live there because it's pretty, that's different than going there, raising a family, introducing your kids to other kids at local schools and local community meetups, and or having a profession that is valuable to the island, like you're a doctor or you're even a musician, you know, maybe a guitar teacher, maybe an ukulele teacher. Like if you come to the island and they look at you and they think, wow, whatever this guy's bringing, it's gonna last. Like we could use this type of shit here. And then, but the majority of people that go to the islands are weekend warriors. They leave trash everywhere. They don't give a fuck. They go, what do you mean? I don't have to feel bad. I support your economy. And it's like there's this clash between the small percentage of people who go there and see for what it's worth, and they value it very highly, and they respect it, and they think, wow, what can I do to make this place even better? Like, how do I live here and be a part of all this, and like be remembered in this community, and like, you know, have my vision live on in the youth or whatever, the future. So it's rough, it's tough. You know, I went there, had a lot of friends, brought a guitar, was very, very into playing music. So I was singing and playing for like families and kids. Anywhere I go, they'd be like, play for me. I'm like, oh shit, okay. So I play, sing songs, let kids strum my guitar strings, like feeling like they're gonna break my strings, but just trusting in the process and giving them as much freedom as they want to feel like they're a part of my family, you know? And I was very well accepted there. I was a part of some events. I was, you know, working on farms. I was doing stuff that like seemingly mattered. And if I kind of continued, I could have found where I can fill a gap. Like, you know, maybe I'm the Mr. Rogers of fucking Maui. Maybe I just am the guy who shows up, plays a few songs, talks to the parents. You walk away with some kind of life lessons or some shit. I don't know.
Used to body surf at Westcliff and Santa Cruz when I was growing up, but sure wouldn't be able to do that now. I'd be ran over. Also Twin Lakes, cherished memories of those times. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many asshole surfers out there who are like, man, these waves, there's not enough waves for both of us. And now that there's so many more surfers these days, they're probably not loving it. Wow, it looks like they're opening like a hotel or a fucking Home Depot or something right across the street where there used to be a big open space, big parking lot. I wonder what it's gonna be. Dude, I cannot for the life of me get this thing to stay on my goddamn shoulder. Yeah, I'm just far enough away from everything to not hear any of the entertainment shit. So who won? Oh yeah, another thing about this area, if you have to piss, good luck. Find a tree. Because if you're not a member of this stupid fucking Marina, there is not one public restroom for you in this area. Not one. Not one. For miles, by the way. And there really isn't public restrooms anywhere. So honestly, I encourage you guys to just piss and shit on the ground. I'm so sick of it. I'm actually a bit aggravated. And I'm serious. Piss right on the ground, guys. Fuck everybody's opinion on it. If they're gonna like limit our public access use to not having restrooms, then the ground is the restroom, because what the fuck else can you do? It's so annoying. Like, I could never navigate through all these areas without knowing exactly where all the bathrooms are, because if I didn't, I'd be peeing in every parking lot I see. Am I sure I just don't know where they are? No, I'm positive. I've walked through this area. Not only have I shopped at this Trader Joe's like at least 200 times, because I lived in Santa Monica and Venice for years before the van life, but I've been to this area in general a lot. Just walking, not just coming for food. And then on top of that, I've streamed in this area, like 30 times. Like this specific spot. Made it through the Marina to here. Yeah, so the only public restroom in the marinas are at that one beach we walked past where you can rent the kayaks. And most of the time when you try to go in there, there's like people camping in the stall smoking meth, unfortunately, which is one of the reasons why we just don't have as many public restrooms as we used to. But yeah, I know where every single public restroom is. In fact, I know how many of the locks are broken on each beach bathrooms from South Venice all the way to North Santa Monica. I know how many doors have no locks. I know how many are completely just bolted down shut because they're just completely non-usable. Only because I live in my van and I use public restrooms every day. So I like have to know where every public restroom is compared to most people. I probably know. I'm probably like the source. Like if you were like, shit, I have to piss and I don't know where to go. We talked about this a bunch of times on stream. Like most of the time, a place will be nice enough to let you use their restroom. But as far as like public amenities on hiking trails and stuff, it's quite limited to a degree. And most of the bathrooms, they're like the ball dippers, where like the bowl is like shallow and the seat is metal. The whole thing's just this metal bowl like one you'd see in jail. And the second you sit down, your balls dip in this fucking water that a million people are shit in. Yeah, there's some of the restrooms out here, they should be jailed. So whoever's in charge should be jailed. for like giving us these restrooms to use. It's absolutely crazy. Like, dude, they're worse than. Listen, I've seen a better fucking toilet in jail. Okay. Every time I go into a restroom, every day, even though I've been thinking this for fucking years, I was like, I should start a Discord that just shows pictures of every restroom I've ever used, because I really think that if that was documented and then shipped over to fucking the city to just show, like, here, between January and March, this guy named Daniel took a photo of every public restroom and he wrote down in the metadata where it was. And because if that got posted to like Twitter and it went viral, people would be like, are you serious? This is literally what they look like? Like, tourists would be like, holy crap, it's true, I was there, blah, blah, blah. But it's not that common of knowledge that our restrooms are worse than jail toilets. You know? Yeah, they're handing out more safety, more, what do they call it? I mean, like, at a certain point, like, handing out clean, useful drug paraphernalia to, like, fentanyl users was, like, stopping people from spreading, like, HIV and all kinds of, like, diseases with needles, right? But then it reached the point where it's just fully perpetuating the usage and creating, like, safe, ethical corners for not just the consumption, but the drug dealers are, like, literally waiting in the same group of people when they go pick up their clean supplies to sell them those drugs. It has definitely turned into, like, a perpetual vicious cycle, it seems. Doing that for that. Addie. Well, I mean, I could write a book on this stuff, bro. I'm so few degrees of separation from all of the worst people on the streets, and then all of the best people who are also on the streets. Like, level-headed people that don't use drugs anymore, or people on the cusp of getting their life back because they're not so fucking deep and, like, brain rotted from all the drugs yet. And the people who are so deep into it, it'd be a miracle if they turn it around. And then there's so many variations of that. And, like, I think one of the United States' biggest excuses for not having enough resources for these people is that they don't want them. They'll deny them. No, they don't want the help. They want to stay on the streets. It's like, that's the most surface level version of what you think you see, right? I think on a deeper level, it's the fact that when I moved into my van, I was like, I need a shower. And I didn't have a gym membership. I couldn't afford it. So I started looking up resources. I'm like, oh shit, this place, like, lets people shower there. I was like, you know what? This is my life right now. Maybe I need to use their resources to get a shower. So I go to this building. Outside of the building is just, like, a bunch of tweakers. And they're all negative. They're all just like, and they're all fucking, like, tweaking and haven't slept. And they're like, nah, I haven't showered in 8 days. I want to go first. And this shit. And then I wait for this place to open. And this is just for a shower, mind you. I wait for this place to open. I wait in line behind all these people, like, smoking meth, smoking fucking cigarettes, like, taking shots. Like, they're all just, like, hanging out, waiting for their shit. And everybody that goes in is like, oh, you need to sign up. And then after you sign up, you come back. And then we do a follow-up. And then the third time you come here, you tell us everything that you want and need. And then we schedule you in the future for, like, your first shower. There is no fucking system that makes you come back 4 times just to get a fucking shower. Okay? So if it's that hard to get a shower, please think about how hard it is to get clean, to get on a program, to get housing, to get back on your feet, to get a job. It's like the amount of back and forth and bullshit that is involved with them, they're not streamlined to help somebody same day. None of these places trust that a homeless person on the street is eligible for a shower within the same day that they visit. It doesn't work like that. And it's a very frustrating system. So if you guys think that they're like not willing to take it, well, maybe you've never accepted resources from the government before in a situation that was as dire as being homeless and not having a shower in weeks and your hygiene turning into an infection. And like, you know, there's so many things that can happen to you when you're not taking care of yourself. And what happens is you start losing hope. Then you start finding people who will give you free drugs, because then you take a hit of meth and then all of a sudden every bit of money you get goes to them for meth. And it's a trap. Everything's a trap. And the system is a vicious cycle. And if you know anything about anything, and this is one of those things where I'm going to say it with such conviction that you might think that it's the only thing I believe, and it might be. But if you know anything about life, you know that rich people are propped up by homeless people staying homeless. Every single nonprofit is a write-off. Every single homeless feeding is a fucking write-off. Every single fucking swap meet where they give homeless people food and clothes and wish them the best and all that stuff, everything is a write-off. These things are not funded by the city. They're not funded by anything but rich people who need a reason to get a good write-off. And I promise you, some of these people care about homelessness, but the most important part is those write-offs. Nothing can happen like that if these people aren't on the streets, you know? And this is something that I've always felt, and I've worried about saying out loud because it's just such an intense thing to say. But it's funny because I've studied and researched just a lot about society and a lot about where we're at and what it looks like to people who are way more intelligent than I am. And, you know, I think there's some people out there who, after I've already said this for years, that have proclaimed it in a reiteration that is so much more eloquent than what I just said. But it's like, oh shit, fuck. Like, I finally found somebody saying this, and they're not like doing it for attention. They're like doing it because they sincerely believe that on a deeper level, like what you see is not what it really is, you know? And like, so it's pretty intense. Do you know drug addiction though? I mean, I grew up in Detroit. Where I grew up, everybody used heroin and smoked crack, and it wasn't meth or any other kind of weird narcotics, really. I had a lot of friends overdose. I had my friends rob my mom's business that she was working at. I've had my friends overdose in bathrooms, and I did get in trouble once because I had acid and mushrooms on me, and the cops found it. And they basically were like, well, you can get this punishment, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, sure, whatever. And then it ended up that I could put myself into an outpatient rehab, even though it was psychedelics, and psychedelics are 100% like scientifically, biologically proven that they're not addictive. So somehow I did get to actually take a 6 months outpatient rehab for narcotics, even though I was using psychedelics, and they didn't care that I was using them. They genuinely didn't. They just cared that I got caught with them. So, I mean, I don't know. I've been in and around a lot of shit, man. I've got too many stories, bro. I'm trying to make new memories nowadays. I mean, you personally, not the city you grew up in. Oh, I mean, no, I never got, no. My dad died from alcohol abuse, and most of my friends died from heroin overdoses. I was young enough to know that I'm not about to do that. Like, to watch my best friends die, and before I was even graduated from high school, to bury my dad from substance abuse, and, nah. I don't need to know addiction. I know what it looks like. I've been around it enough. It's taken lives for me. It's ruined friendships. And my first girlfriend died of a fucking overdose on heroin, like with her next boyfriend after us. So, I mean, I learned really, 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 really young that I should probably not be a fucking idiot with my life. And somehow I still ended up being an idiot with my life sometimes. Not really. I'm not a bad person. I just broke some laws, I think. Apparently you're not allowed to have a little bit of mushrooms and shit, so. Again, 12 years ago, definitely. And they dismissed the entire case, by the way, on that instance. That whole thing, I fought it for 21 months, 21 court dates, like 40 drug tests. And once I did all that, they were like, holy shit, you're the only person in our whole program who passed this year. You're the only person who we've been able to remove all of their sentencing and turn it into not even a misdemeanor and drop the whole case. You're the first person who managed to do this shit. And I was like, yeah, maybe because I was eating psychedelics. And you guys don't care about that. It was a weird time. 21 court dates, yeah. Yeah. What happened? I went into court and they were like, yeah, we want to punish you and throw the books at you. And I was like, for what? And they were like, you must be selling these drugs. And I was like, no, you can't say that I was if you don't have proof. So I gave them my phone, gave them my computer, gave them every password to everything that I had. And I was like, yeah, well, prove it to me, bitch. They didn't think I was going to just hand everything over and not be like, okay, well, I have to admit this. Like, there's a message in there. And instead, I was like, yeah, here's my fucking MacBook that I just spent $2,000 on because of my job that I've been working that you're pulling me away from. And here's my phone that I very much need that I just bought, brand new iPhone Pro for work. But yeah, take everything that I've worked so hard on and try to throw the books at me and say that I'm a drug dealer. And in however many months, you're going to be apologizing to me. That's how it all started and how it all ended. And did that time frame suck ass? Yeah, a lot of it, that time frame sucked. I was living in the backseat of a car, working full time. Every time my boss would hand me my paycheck, I'd meet with my lawyer and walk to the front door of my bank with the lawyer. And then I'd cash the whole entire check and I'd give him every single penny that I earned. And I'd go back to the back of my Camry, a tiny little car, and sleep in the back seat every night for like 2 fucking years. Because the government wanted to accuse me of selling drugs. And every time I went to court, I said, not guilty, never pleading guilty. Just wait, I'm gonna fucking show you assholes. Literally, for months and months and months and months. Until one day, they were like, you know what, we're just gonna dismiss your whole case. And I was like in shock. I was like, yeah, that's right. I was like, that's what I've been saying. I like looked at my lawyer, and my lawyer looked at me, and he was like, listen, I don't know if you understand what just happened, but it's like nothing ever happened. Like, you won't even have this on your history now. Like, they just dismissed your case. Like, they were treating you like a felon for months, and now there's no case. There's no evidence. There's not even a record of them, like a police officer talking to you on the street that day. And I was like, okay, well, my job's done here. You know, the only reason I feel like I didn't get dicked around on that case, and it's the only time I ever dealt with anything like this in my life. And so I was just like, wow. And it was in California. But what I did is I hired a lawyer, and he was like an asshole. He was literally the worst lawyer on planet Earth. And this guy goes like, so you're in trouble for this and they're accusing you of this? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, but I didn't do that. And then he was like, all right, well, I cost this much money. If you have to sell dope or whatever to get the money, that's all on you. Like, just pay me. And I knew immediately when he said that I hired the wrong lawyer. And then I tried like talking to him, and I was like, you know what? Like, I'm gonna have to completely find somebody new. So I went into court and I met with my lawyer that day, my first lawyer, and I went up to him and I was like, hey, I just want you to know I'm like looking for other people, because like after X amount of days or weeks working together, like you haven't given me a clear update. I haven't been able to reiterate like the law, like what's going on with this case, like at all. Like, you're absolutely useless. And he stood up in a fucking courthouse in a waiting room to go into court with me. And he stood up and he said, you know what? Find yourself a fucking lawyer. I quit. And I was firing him, and he fucking flipped the switch, stood up in front of a court fucking waiting room full of cops and other lawyers, And he was like, well, yeah, find your own lawyer. Find a fucking lawyer then. I quit. Good luck. And I was like in shock. I was just like I couldn't even breathe. I was like, holy fuck, you know? I wanted to be like, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. Like, I'm reporting you to the bar. You're a disgrace. You fucking scam artist. Like, but I didn't. I was like choked up, and I'm just standing in this courtroom. I'm about to go into court for something so fucking important. If I don't have the right representation, I'm fucked. And I was like really, really, really confused. And so I walked outside and I was literally crying. Like, I walk outside, I leave. I'm like, I guess I can't see the lawyer. Like, I can't see them in this shape. So I go outside. I'm like sobbing. I'm just like, fuck, man, my life is so confusing, dude. Like, I'm doing this all alone. Like, I can't leave this city because of I have to go to court once a month. And like, it's this whole thing. So I'm like stuck in this town. And then I'm outside. I'm literally pouting. I'm just like, man, fuck me, like hiding my face, like walking around the courthouse. And then I watched this like beautiful guy and girl walk out the courthouse, and they look so happy. And then there's this lady walking with them, like some kind of attorney looking lady. And they just look like everything went perfect for them. And I walked up to them. I was like, excuse me, I hate to interrupt you, but based off of like all of your attitude, I just don't know. I feel like I should ask you guys, like, I think I need help. I was like, I told them what happened with the guy, and they were like, are you serious? And I told them his name, and they were like, oh my God, that guy's a total fucking piece of shit. Like, he's not even a lawyer anymore. Like, this must have been his last case. And I was like, oh God. And then she was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I can't believe you're dealing with all this. Like, she's like, what's your name? And I was like, my name's Daniel. And she was like, that's crazy because the lawyer that I work for, his name is Daniel. And I was like, okay. And she's like, based off what you told me, this is gonna make his ears perk up. Like, if you're telling me the truth, like if you know you just need somebody who can fucking stand up for you every month and you're gonna win, I think you're gonna be okay. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So she gives me this dude's number. I call him and he goes, just come in right now. And his office was like 3 streets down from the courthouse. I walked into his office and he was like, Danny, if you're selling drugs, tell me right now. Like, tell me the truth. Like, give me a testimony. Like, and I was like, dude, I wasn't. Like, every bit of mushrooms or whatever I had, I worked in the festival world. So like, people would just give me this shit. Like, I didn't even pay for any of this, but I use it. And I wrote this whole testimony about like artists and travelers and like deeper thinking and like which people in the world tried psychedelics, like completely like validating and rationalizing my curiosity with it, and then like validating that like the amount that I had was something that I planned on consuming all on my own, like even if it was like a half ounce, stuff like that. And then once I kind of told him everything, he was like, listen man, if everything you're telling me is the truth, we're gonna win this case. Like, I don't know how long it's gonna take. And, you know, we kept going to court together and he stood up for me. And he's the one that told me to sign myself up to the outpatient rehab because they denied giving it to me as like a way to reduce my sentence. He's like, well, show them that you're so stable that you're willing to pay like $4,000 to go to 6 months of class and work your job and never miss a day. And I was like, oh God. It's like, whatever you say, lawyer. And it ended up that I did it when he told me to. I paid all that money out of my pocket. And then the courts were like, wow, man, like, you really did everything you possibly could to prove to us that you're not a bullshitter, like that you deserve a second chance. Like, you don't deserve to have a mark on your record. You don't deserve to be a felon. And yeah, then they went through he was like, you're willing to give us your phone and all that? And I was like, hell yeah. I was like, bro, you're the first person to ask me, like the lawyer that's like, let's get the evidence. Let's prove that you're innocent. Like, that's all. It takes them so long to actually look through the evidence that you need to get it to them as soon as possible. So it's like, I was like, hell yeah, let's get this shit rolling. And then they dismissed the entire case. It was just a thing, you know, and I was young. So it was like, I was just like, well, thank God, you know, thank you. And the lawyer, he was like, man, you did great. I hope I never see you again. I've never spoken to or talked to him ever again in my whole life. But yeah, so when I told somebody about my shitty lawyer, that person in the... Basically, somebody was like, you need to hire the most expensive lawyer in town. When I first got the case, and they were like, even if you can't afford it, hire the most expensive one in town. Tell them you have the money. And I was like, I can't lie. And then that's why I hired the cheap lawyer, who was still like $2,000 retainer before any of his work. So he stole my money, never gave me that back. And so when I went to the second lawyer, he was like, listen, my retainer is like $6,000. I don't work with anyone unless they give me $6,000. If I meet with them, consultation costs money, not free. If I accept them as a client, $6,000 retainer that goes towards your fees later. But a $6,000 guaranteed retainer. And he looked at me and was like, listen, man, I mean, I told him I'm sleeping in the back seat of a car. Like, I have a job, but like, this shit's rough. He was like, we'll just start you off, no retainer. And I was like, really? And he's like, I might regret this. I don't do this. This is something I don't need to do. Like, I get fucking clients. I don't need to take this case, but I believe you, and I don't feel like you should be treated this way, and all this stuff, man. And he fucking made it work. And he was like from the movies, dude. He was like charming. He was like too young and handsome for his own good, but like in his 40s, you know? And like he walked in and like the clerks in the office were like, oh, he looked at me, and like the fucking DA and the judge and him like go out for drinks every night and all this shit. And he basically told me, man, it's really about who you know and how much money do you have and how long will we drag this out. He said, if we know the end case, what it's gonna be, we could still drag it out for 20 months if we want. And I was like, Jesus Christ, bro, why are you so honest? And it took 21 months. And yeah, it was super annoying. I had to live in Santa Barbara because of it. And I made a lot of friends. I ended up getting a logistics manager position at a multi-million-dollar superfoods distribution company. And the whole time I was in that town, I was working that superfoods distribution job. Yeah, that was like a 21-month period. I visited the town, got arrested the same day. Ended up staying in the town for 21 months. I fucking dipped. The second my case got dismissed, I literally left and moved into a crazy house in San Diego, paid rent in San Diego, got a job running ads for like this big YouTuber friend of mine and doing all this stuff for money digitally. And then I like immediately went to Costa Rica and like Mexico, and like the second that they untethered my fucking chain, I was like, peace out. I bought a one-way flight to Mexico for like $120. And one way. I didn't even know Mexico let you book one-way flights. You know what I mean? I was like, damn, that's cool. I can just book a one-way flight. Yeah, it's crazy, Addy. Sage for all of that. I know, right? And trust me, I've already cleansed myself of all that bullshit. I mean, and I still... there's certain things that I learn and I love, and I have people that I know that I wouldn't if it wasn't for that experience, you know, so. Went on vacation, left on probation, yeah. And the only reason I had the psychedelics on me is because I was moving. So I was living in Santa Rosa, but actually in not Sebastopol, it's north of Sebastopol. Forestville. I was living in this town called Forestville in Santa Rosa. And I was living with this guy, and he was cool, but he was like an alcoholic. and like his girlfriend and him had a baby, and then that shit just got real messy and bad, and it wasn't cool. And I was basically like having to listen to them fight, and like he'd like pass out drunk, and she would take their baby and like put the baby, she'd like walk in the door and see him drunk, and then she'd put the baby on him and then take pictures of the baby crawling on him and stuff while he's drunk, to try to like save that as evidence to like make it seem like he's not cut out to be a father, you know? And the crazy part is, it would like, he would work all day, and then he'd come home, and then at like 9:30 at night, he'd drink a shitload of beers and get drunk and just sit and watch TV. And she would walk in the door like when he'd already worked all day, and after he'd drink, and he's tired, and it was really crazy. Like, she was the first woman in the world that I've ever seen like try to set a man up who clearly cares so much more about that child than you could ever fucking fathom, and never gets wasted like in the day or like when the kid's around or anything ever. He just smoke a little weed and he's totally fucking happy with life. But once their relationship got really messy, he started getting really wasted at night, and then she would show up with the kid, and then she would start yelling at him and demanding money, and I was living at that house. I had a room, I was paying rent at that house, and it was a really nice situation until that shit started happening. And one day they were arguing, and I was like, I can't do this. And I just packed everything into my vehicle. And I saw that somebody was renting out a room in Santa Monica. Or no, it was like Venice. And they showed the room to me, and I knew these people for years. And I was like, holy shit, this is gonna be the place that I rent. And so I gathered all my stuff, and within all of my belongings, like everything I owned, was some mushrooms and some acid. And I was driving from like basically San Francisco to Los Angeles, and when I got to like an hour and a half before Los Angeles, I was in Santa Barbara, and I pulled over and I parked at this little town called Isla Vista. I didn't realize that this town is a college town, and cops drive around this town giving tickets to kids because their parents have a shit ton of money. So like they can really milk these kids and their parents for ticket money on the most like, you know, nonsensical bullshit that should be like given a warning. And so the cop saw me smoking a spliff, like a tiny little joint. It was like a little weed and a little tobacco mixed together. And I was smoking it at the beach parking lot, standing right next to my car. And when I saw this cop turn the corner, I got into my car and I had the spliff with me. And then he basically flipped around and was like, what are you doing? Blah, blah. I can smell weed. I can see this joint through the window. Like that is enough for us to have cause for search and this and that. And like basically ran up on me while I had everything that I owned in my whole life packed into my vehicle, which happened to include some party favors that I'd gotten from people that I met on the tours. And I mean, the real bombshell or whatever, the real kicker of it all is that I was working in an industry that was paying everybody cash, and I was responsible for putting my cash into my bank so I could pay taxes on it, right? And so I've told this story before, so just don't be too shocked. I had $32,500 in cash that I had in a safe, that every time I finished touring, I would put more money in my safe and sound, and you know, where I used to live. Then I'd hit the road again, come back with like, you know, $1,000 cash. I'd put it in there, and I was saving, and it's the most money I'd ever saved in my entire life. And I put it in this safe, and then I brought it with me because I was moving, and I hadn't yet financed it into the bank. So when they saw the mushrooms, they also saw this weird case that I had to unlock for them, and in the case was $32,500 fucking dollars of cash money that I worked my ass off for. Like, that's what I saved on top of spending. So like, God, dude, I saved for like years, and I just didn't know how to properly finance it. I was kind of young. My parents never taught me how to manage money. I love you, Mom, but you never taught me shit about that. I never had enough money to manage it. So the first thing they did was seize it, and they gave me 24 hours without a warning to refuse forfeiture, which is a whole thing. You have to go into the courthouse, request a form, fill it out, turn it back in. And if you don't do that within the 24 hours of them taking it originally, they can just keep it forever. And then this whole long process, 2 years, blah, blah, blah. The only reason my lawyer's fighting for me is because he knows they're holding on to my money. And basically, you know, like everything I got back in the very end was like 25% of everything they took. And then that 25% was like less than what I owed my lawyer, you know? So, yeah, that's life. I've put all that shit behind me, but man, I have a lot of crazy life experience that you'd be probably a little surprised unless I tell you. Yeah, so remember when I said I was sleeping in the back of my car, working all day, paying my lawyer every cent of my paycheck the same day I got my paycheck? Yeah, I went from having $32,500 and like my brand new work computer and my work phone and like all my belongings being in my van coincidentally together on the same day that a cop rolls up on me while I'm moving, and everything was taken from me. I was thrown in the back of a tiny little car that I had to live in for 2 years. It was crazy, I'll tell you that much. I think that was one of the hardest things I've ever been put through that wasn't like a death. It was like the only person there for me was me. That's it. Nobody to hold my hand, nobody to give me faith or hope. I fucking prayed to God. I did everything, bro, routinely. I was like, please, God, give me hope. Like, give me just another fucking month of hope. Like, give me it. And I never got it all from my own sense of just pushing forward. And so those are the times that make you agnostic. They'd be like, but you didn't repent enough. You didn't pray enough. And I'm like, listen, man, I don't think you've prayed as much as I have in those times, bro. If a sign comes when you least expect it, then fuck a sign, dude. I want a sign when I need it most, bro. I need that light. I need that hope. And I'm truly believing that it comes from within. It doesn't come from without. It comes from a sense of fucking believing in yourself and doing things because you need to. And that's how life is. Life be like that sometimes. Those are the times you want a time machine, yeah. I learned a lot. I met a lot of people. I mean, I absolutely made the best of it. Like, for example, and this will be the end of it, when I had got arrested that day, I was in shock. I was like, man, what the fuck? I was like, okay, I'm not leaving this town until I sort this out. So after only like 2 or 3 days of trying to figure out what's the smartest thing for me to do, I had already had job interviews in the first 3 days, because I went from being a tour manager and lead sales manager for a multi-million-dollar company that was traveling the world. And I was doing it in the United States for them as a manager. I had like a lead role in this company. I was very trusted and respected, and like it was a very opportunity, it was an amazing opportunity for me, and I rocked the fuck out of that opportunity. And so when I started staying in Santa Barbara, it only took a few days where people were like, why are you here? Like, why aren't you traveling? Like all these companies that associated with my boss and my friends, and like we all knew each other from the industry. Well, there was some companies based in Santa Barbara that worked in that industry. And I was like, listen, man, this is what happened to me. Like, you know me, you know I'm supposed to be in fucking Arizona right now. You know that, like, I have, like, the next 4 months planned out. Like, I'm going to be in a different city every weekend for, you know, fucking 18 weekends in a row. And they're like, wow, you know, like, what do you need from us? And I'm like, well, I can't do that right now. So if there's a job I can fill here, if there's a position you want to open up, if there's anything where I can take a lead role, like, I need you to put me to work because I am used to working. And this is tough for me, so I need to just get right into it. So within 1 week of being arrested, put in jail, getting out of jail, I had already been accepted and handwritten my acceptance to show to my lawyer that I've been approved for a logistics manager position. And if you Google what it takes to do a logistics manager position and what a logistics manager's position pays, it's a pretty pristine role. So within 1 week of me getting arrested and them telling me that I'm a drug dealer, I was like, let me prove your bitch ass wrong. I just went from traveling the country, leaving the country, going to other countries. I was working globally, and you don't think that I can fucking show you I'm a boss? So within 1 week, I got hired by a multi-million-dollar superfoods company as a logistics manager, which was one of the most important roles at this fucking place. And I went in and I was like, look, I'm a logistics manager now, bitch. And they were like, wow, that's crazy. You think you'll stay with them for long? I was like, dude, this is my future. I'm gonna work for them for the rest of my life. You know, I did everything they needed to see and I said everything they needed to hear. And I did it in truth and I worked my ass off and it worked out, you know? So yeah, 1 week. Listen, motherfucker, you try to hold me down, I'll prove to you that I'm a fucking good person and that I'm worth it. And that whatever is being pressed on me, not deserving it. I deserve better. I had to stand up for myself in that time of my life so much. It was hard. Ugh. I think it turned me a little bit cynical. I think that's the point in my life where I stopped being as funny. Like, I used to genuinely be really funny. I know a lot of people probably say that, but I used to be more of a funny guy. Like, I would always be making people laugh. That made me so happy. But after that period of my life, that part of me, like, kind of died a little bit. And I don't mean it in like a, I don't, you know, I'm happy with who I am. But some things just turned a little party to stone. I didn't deserve being treated anything like the ways that I was being treated. Like, I left you guys out all the traumatic parts, right? I gave you all of like the stand tall, keep your chin up. Fuck, 21 dates in a row, who cares? Go for 22. You know, I was really like, whatever, you can't break me. But something broke inside of me. I hate to admit it. Yeah, like the traumatic parts are like are the ones that don't even need to be talked about. But it's all about the institution, how they treat you, how they look at you, what they'll say to you, you know. The little things, you know. I remember I thought I could write a book on just the 24 hours that it took me to get a bad and get initiated into a gang and to be like lied to and like told, you know, certain things in jail and like all these things. So they treat you like shit. They want you to fuck up. They don't care. I was immediately ushered outside when I got to jail, and they were like, just so you know, you're white, you're a Peckerwood, you're in the white gang. You don't talk to the Mexicans, you don't talk to the black people, everyone has their own gang. If we see you talking to any of them, we're gonna wonder who the fuck you really are. And I literally was in there for fucking 3 hours, bro. 3 hours in a normal jail, not even a prison. Literally, like, should just be a total overnight thing. Like, they already are like, listen, buddy, this place is gang oriented, you're white, so that means that you're a part of this, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, oh, great, wow, politics, let's fucking go, dude. And I was vegetarian, so when I got food, I had to give all my food except for my broccoli to somebody so that everybody at the table would give me their broccoli. So I just ate a plate full of broccoli. Yeah, it's trippy to be under those circumstances. Especially, guys, think about it. I was traveling the world, traveling the country, like seeing places I didn't even know existed, dude. I was living my fullest fucking life with so much freedom. It's limitless. I was making good money. I never questioned what I needed or how much something costed. And I was like very I don't know, I just was very happy and I was killing it in life. I was young, I was in my early 20s, and immediately, like, they're like, guess what? No more of that. We're gonna throw you in jail for a night. And then I get out of jail, and then they keep me going to court for 2 years. So it was a sudden change. It was like everything I wanted in life was like a job with my best friends, like hire my friends, pay them good, travel, you know, get cultured, meet people. And I went from achieving that, like full fucking force, dude. Like, be careful what you wish for type dream come true shit, leading into the most abrupt, paralyzing stop ever. And mandated and enforced by policy enforcers, you know, a little strict and, you know, treat me like you're a fucking criminal type shit. Until the day they dismissed the case and they all looked at me and smiled and told me how great I was and how fucking hard I worked to get through the system, and the fact that I never let them just give me any frivolous charges, and the fact that they ended up dropping the case out of their pure enjoyment of seeing how hard I worked. It was weird, you know? They treated me like shit. They never looked me in the eyes. They knew exactly what they were doing. And then finally, when they dismissed the case, they treated me like they fucking wanted to the whole time, like a human, you know? I was like, it's too bad this energy, you didn't show this in the beginning, because you would have made the next 21 months more bearable. I didn't know whether you hated me, whether you wanted me to be in jail forever for something I didn't do. But yeah, they looked through all my devices, my phone, my computer. They had one message and they're like, what's this about? And it was literally actually a person asking me if I wanted to buy large amounts of weed. It was like the most incriminating DM ever, but it was one way. It was like somebody messaging me, and I had never really done that. So like, I think he was just reaching out to see if he could sell a few pounds for like stupidly cheap. And like, I smoke a lot of weed. I don't know. It just doesn't seem so far-fetched. It's not like it doesn't mean I'm going to start selling, but I never did. Never even responded to the guy's DM or his text message. And then they found this other guy that I worked on his weed farm. And he was like, what's this message about? And I was like, oh yeah, fuck. You know, like both of them looked really bad. And I was like, well, that's my buddy. Probably asked me because of this, and then maybe he just needs some money, but like, there's no history. Like, look, like, you know, go look deeper. Like, this isn't something we discuss. And then the other one, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a guy I worked for, so he was talking about work-related things, etc. And then the craziest part about the only 2 pieces of evidence that they thought they had against me was that both of those people were dead. And they were so confused. Like, they're like, so what's up? Where's this guy now? How come we can't like locate them? Like, how come these people, like, do you still talk to them? And I was like, oh, well, so-and-so's dead. Like, yeah, he got shot. He was selling weed, just, you know, like straight up. He went to go sell a pound because he's broke. He was selling it for way too cheap. They shot him and killed my friend. Yep. And then my boss, he died from an overdose or some kind of heart attack, this old guy that I used to work for. And they're like, so what you're telling me is that only 2 pieces of evidence we have, both of them are dead? And I was like, bro, my life is a movie. Like, yeah. You know how hard it was for me to think about these friends I lost, and like, you're questioning my integrity about whether they sold me drugs? Like, this is a crazy world we live in. Like, I'm grieving these people's losses, and they're coming up by police in this conversation as evidence. And I'm like, oh God, dude, I don't even want to think about these people. I love them so much. Like, they're not even with us anymore. Like, what is this? Is this evidence still? Like, if they're dead? Like, what are you even trying to fucking figure out here? Yeah. And that is maybe 10% of how much I could explain from beginning to end everything that I experienced. So, and again, I left out the most traumatizing parts, to be completely honest. Oh, and they drug tested me a lot. So I took drug tests for like 2 years. I didn't smoke any weed or anything. And then the second that I walked out of that courtroom, I was like, oh shit, I can do anything now. Like, weed's legal. Fuck, what the hell? I was like, I forgot. It's a free world. But yeah, that's one of my crazy stories. It's like over a decade old. You know, you being stuck in paradise is what I called it. I was like, you know, Santa Barbara's not the worst place to be stuck. You know, imagine if that happened to me like in Joshua Tree or something, or like fucking Palm Springs, like in the middle of the desert, and I had to stay there. I was stuck in a beach town for 2 years. I mean, damn, sorry I had to go through all that. Damn. It's okay. It was a long time ago. An upgrade for me at one point was paying somebody to sleep in their van while they slept inside of their apartment. So like at one point I would sneak into my friend's van every night and sleep in his van, and that was like a huge upgrade. To me, that was like, wow, man, I'm so supported right now. You know what's funny is like right when they dismissed the case, like things like psilocybin and whatnot were like completely decriminalized too. So they were just kind of working, beating a dead fish or something, you know? Oh wait, let me plug my stuff in. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I was in my 20s too. I was like, dang it, dude. I don't want to deal with this. Dude, crazy. It's so crazy. Let me tell you about one of the light at the end of the tunnel type of thing. So I'm like I get somebody to represent me. I get a bail bond. I get out. I'm like sitting in jail, and this guy sitting next to me is like, hey kid, what'd you do? And I told him, and he was like, oh, that's bullshit. Like, I'm in here for this, like they're all in here for this, like you're wasting a bed. And I was like, okay. And he's like, I don't mean to, you know, bother you, but I know a lady, like she'll get you out of here tonight. So basically he recommended his bail bondswoman, like this girl he went to school with. And then I called her and I explained what I went through, and she was like, oh my God, I'll literally get you out of there as soon as possible. And I went to sleep that night, and I woke up at midnight with the guard being like, you're out, you can leave. And so they give me like my wallet, my car keys, my car was impounded. And I was like, I walk outside the police station, I'm just like, what do I even fucking do? Like, where do I go? Like, what do I do now? And we had actually like hired a bunch of people from this company to work for us at that time. And so there was this huge house with 11 women living there. And they were about to graduate Santa Barbara College. And they were like, okay, we've never had a guy live with us. Like, we're just a bunch of girls. But these girls have worked for the company that I worked for. And they heard about what happened to me. I was literally like one house away from theirs at the beach, about to go to their house for like a potluck. And so they were all expecting me. And so all these people walked outside and watched me get arrested. And one of my friends, this girl, she gave the cop a number, and she was like, make sure you guys call me. Tell me what happens. Like, I need to pick them up from the police station or whatever. Like, let me know. I didn't fucking know that. So I go outside, and I'm like, I opened my wallet and there's this like little pocket on my wallet, and I had shoved $400 in there in hundreds. And so I had 4 $100 bills to my name. They confiscated my life savings in the form of cash when they pulled me over. So I get out of jail. They give me my wallet. They missed the $400 I was like, oh my God, this is my lifesaver. So I walk up to this cab and the guy's sleeping in the front seat, and I'm like, do. And he wakes up and I'm like, yo, can I pay you cash to drive me to this town? And I didn't even know what I was gonna do. I was just gonna walk around the town and just like try to find out what I need to do. And so the guy drives me to this town where I just got arrested. And I get out of I'm like, stop here. Yeah, there's like a 7-Eleven. I'm like, stop here. I walk into the 7-Eleven and I buy a pack of cigarettes. Like, I had not bought a pack of cigarettes like ever practically. I was like, I'm gonna smoke now. Like, this is the point in my life where I can validate this. So I walk into this 7-Eleven, I buy a pack of cigarettes. I walk outside, I light a cigarette up, and I'm just like, fuck. And I start walking down the street. I shit you not, hear me out. I'm walking down the street and then I hear this like a popping sound as this car drives by. And I look to my left and I'm like, I hear this pop, and there's this huge bag of weed in the street that a car just ran over. And they ran over like the edge of it. And I'm like, oh my God, the universe is testing me. Like, should I pick up this substance, this weed? Is this a trap? I fucking picked it up so fast. I was like, mine. So I found like 2 ounces of weed, like the second I get out of the jail, on the ground. And I'm smoking a cigarette for like the first time, and you know, since like I was a child trying them. And so I like shove it in my pocket. I'm like, oh my God, I'm about to get arrested again or something. I don't know what's happening, bro, fuck it. And I get to the house that I was meant to go to for the potluck, but I got arrested instead, right? I walk up to the house and they're like, oh my God, you're here. Oh my God. Like, they literally start crying and I'm just crying too. I'm like, wait, how the fuck? And like I said, it's a house with 11 women. So all of a sudden I'm in a bedroom on like a triple bed, which is like 3 girls sharing 1 room with 3 beds put on the ground next to each other. So it's like a super bed. And I like fall on the bed. I'm just crying. And then my friend walks in and she's like, Danny, I went to the police station 5 times. I drove the streets because they said you left, and I went to the best burrito spot in town, and I bought you a California burrito. It's like our favorite. We've been eating them the whole time we went to college here. It's literally the best. I just want you to be happy. And like, I was just like, oh my God, somebody cares about me. This is fucking crazy. Like, you don't know how bad I needed this. And I'm like, I can't even speak, bro. Like, I had everything I wanted in life without being gluttonous. Like, I had finally found everything, and the people and the job and the lifestyle that I wanted, and I like lost it all for this one instance with a cop, you know? And so I was processing the fact that I had to change my whole life that I worked so hard to get to just deal with this. And I could see it. It's clear as day. You know, I'm like, fuck. They're like, tell me everything. Tell me what's gonna happen. What do you have to do? Like, do you have to get a lawyer? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, I remember immediately telling them, this is probably gonna take 2 years of my life. And then they were like, God damn, are you serious? And there was this one point when that same day that every single girl in that whole house laid on the bed like around me and like created this like woman womb where I was just in the middle of all of them profusely crying, and all of them were just like nurturing me in this big circle of 11 women and me, one guy. And it was unadulterated. It was like pure just care, you know? And then like a few days went by, and then they were like, okay, well, we're graduating and we all have to leave this house in like a month. But they sat in their front room, all 11 of these women, and had like a house women's meeting. And they all collectively decided and all wrote down on a piece of paper that they all agreed that I was safe, and that if there's any guy that should ever break the code of this being only women in this house, it's him. And they fucking accepted me and let me stay there until they were all forced out because they all just graduated. And I was able to be there for the graduation. I was able to celebrate with them for all the hard work. And 2 of the girls there took my job and went on tour, on the same tour that I was supposed to go on. So it like really worked out in some weird fucked up way. And it was a really crazy time in my life for sure. But this is also the same time I learned all those killer smoothie recipes, and I worked for that superfoods company as the logistics manager, but I had a lot of fun access and other things I could do. So I was like working, we had this food truck and we'd make smoothies and superfood savory bowls, like quinoa, greens, special dressings and cashew cheeses and like sweet potatoes and stuffed avocado salads and all kinds of fun, healthy foods. But I inherited like all the recipes. So sometimes we'd go to yoga events and different festivals and we would vend healthy foods. Oh, you know what's crazy? Is that when I had gotten arrested, I was still like already, it was like my social media platforms were also another stream of income for me, for sponsors and stuff like 10, 12 years ago. And so even though I was working that job and dealing with all that stuff, I was publishing every day. I was like working as hard as I could. I'll never forget one of the things I thought after getting arrested and they stripped so much of what I worked for away under false pretenses and accusations was that they can't take my social media, you know? So I just kept posting and posting. I'd get like 1,000 likes on every single video or photo I'd posted, and I was like, yep, see, they can't take it from me. They can't stop me from like expressing myself. And still like, it was a pain in the ass. It was a struggle bus for sure. So like I had the opportunity to lose a lot, not just what I worked for in physical life, but all the shit I worked for on my socials. And I was like, well, they can take my job from me, but I still have a phone. And oh yeah, and I had to get a new phone. I had to like buy a cheap ass, shitty ass used phone because they took my brand new phone and they took my computer. I'll never forget finally getting my computer and my phone back. That was like life-changing. I went in to get it and they told me that the locker that they'd been storing my stuff in was empty and that they think that maybe it was misplaced. And I lost my shit. I was like, dude, fuck you. You stole my shit. Like, where's my stuff? How could it get misplaced? You misplaced like $3,000 worth of stuff. Like it was an expensive laptop and an expensive phone. And they were like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. We'll keep in touch with you. And I was like, are you serious? What? And at that time, I was trying to leave that town too because I didn't need to be there anymore. I'll never forget, I pulled up at the police station, walked inside. They told me, yeah, we don't got that. We don't know where that is. He's like, how long ago? I was like, damn, dude, 21 months? He was like, yeah, maybe it got moved. I was just like, ugh. I'll never forget what I did. I left and I was so bummed out. I was like, man, at least they could have given me my shit back. Like, I might leave town and just never try to get it. And I left and I got stupid stoned, right? Because I told you, once they drop the case, I can do whatever I want, you know? Fuck yeah, dude. I'm living in California. I'm gonna get stoned legally. So I left the police station, immediately got stoned, and I had not been smoking. So like, I'm ripped. I'm like stupid high. I'm like, oh God, I shouldn't have maybe not even smoked. And then the cop calls me. Like literally, I take my second puff. I'm like, ooh, I'm ripped. I was like, God, it's been so long. And then my phone rings and it's like, so-and-so, officer something at the police station. And I'm like, oh God, yeah, hey. He's like, you were just here, right? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, we found your stuff. And I go, oh, thank God. Like, when can I come back? And he goes, dude, it was like such a weird circumstance. He was like, well, we have these fires happening right now, and like our whole unit is like being pushed out to these fires and stuff. And like, long story short, if you don't pick it up today, you're not going to be able to pick it up till like next week, like a full week from today. And he was like, it's 4:30, we close at 5. How far do you live? I'm like stoned off my ass. I'm just like ripped. And he's like, can you get here in 20 minutes? And I'm like, fuck yeah, dude, of course. I'll be right there. I'll be there. I jump in my car, drive to the police station, stinking of weed, stoned off my ass. Walk into the police station, stinking of weed, stoned off my ass. And they give me a backpack with no laptop in it. And I'm like, I came in for my laptop. And he goes, yeah, just there's just the case for the laptop. I know. I was like, I see there's an empty case in this backpack. So what's what, huh? And he's like, well, you mean there was a laptop in it? It's like, usually we don't take stuff apart and like, you know, separate. Like, this is everything from your locker. And I was like, bro, this is nothing from my locker. Like, I'll throw this fucking laptop case away and this backpack away, dude. Like, what I wanted was the expensive fucking piece of equipment that you guys took. Like, I don't know if you guys realize, but that was a banging fucking laptop, you know, before you took it. Like, you put me 2 years in the past because I bought like a leading technology piece of fucking hardware, and you took it, and now I'm like, where is it? And I had to be like, dude, this thing cost me like a lot of fucking money. Like, I don't want the case, I don't want the backpack, I want the, what the fuck? Do I have to explain this to you? And then he goes into the back, and it's literally like 4:55. And he's like, listen, man, I know I told you we had it, but I guess I was wrong. And like I said, you won't be able to access any of this shit for like a week from now because of the fires. So just let me go look, man. Like, I don't even know where I'm gonna look, but like, let me just go look everywhere. And then at the last minute, before they close, he walks out with a fucking laptop in his hands. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, that's it, that's the one. It's the one that was supposed to be in the case, in the backpack. Like, you did it. You did it. Yes. Oh. I got it back. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. And I had a professional glass blower who was my friend. And right when dabs and hash oil became a really popular thing, he was already 20 years into glass blowing, meaning he's been making weed pipes and bongs and shit since day one. So he started making like $5,000-$6,000 dab glass bongs, right? Dab rigs, they call them. And he was making them custom, like fully worked from head to toe. Like, he would like melt 5 colors together and stretch them, and then he would cut all of the stretched glass into chips, and then he would melt one chip to one chip to one chip to one chip until he would make an entire bong out of a basket weave of chips. He was like one of the most intricate glass blowers in the California area, living in Humboldt, where like the whole Emerald Triangle and weed thing started. He's a good friend of mine, and on my birthday, he kept coming into the room when I visited him, and he said, look at this one, I just made this, what do you think? And I'd be like, dude, this is sick. You know, a bunch of shit I could never afford. And then one of them he handed me, and I was just like, God damn, bro, like what? This is unreal, man. Like, how do you fucking, like, this is, what the fuck? Like, this is just art. Like, I can't believe you're even gonna smoke out of this thing. And he was like, happy birthday. I was like, you're kidding me, right? Like, you're gonna gift this to me? And he's like, oh yeah, I got a custom down stem, custom bowls. Like, I got the whole set. Like, this is like a $6,000 collab, like, piece that I was working with these glass shops with. And I figured I could take one from the series and give it to you as a gift. And he gifted it to me. And the cops found that when they searched my car. They found his like $6,000 piece. And it was in like a $250 Pelican case. So it was like in a really nice case. And so when they saw the case, they were like, is this a gun? I was like, nope. And they just hated me. They were like, I swear to God, if this is a fucking gun and you're lying, I'm gonna fucking shoot you. Like, they literally were saying crazy shit to me. I was like, listen, I promise if it was, I'd just tell you. No surprises from me. They opened it up and they're like, oh, it's not a gun, it's not a gun. And I was like, I told you it wasn't. And I remember asking my lawyer, I was like, you know, is it super fucking bad if I talk to you about the odds that I get this bong back? I was like, I promise I'm not a delinquent, bro. Like, talking to my top tier lawyer, the best lawyer in town. He's like, well, why do you want it back? He's like, you think that'll look good if I ask your lawyer? I mean, if I ask the DA if you can get your paraphernalia back? And I was like, well, it's a $6,000 piece in a $300 case. Like, clearly it's art, it's not just a bong. You know, this case is worth more than, you know, I don't know, it's just like, this thing is very valuable. Like, it was clean, like nothing had been smoked out of it, you know, like it's an art piece. And he was like, listen, man, I actually understand. I get what you're saying. Your friend is like a professional in the bong world, and he's somehow made it to a point where he can make thousands off each one, and I get it. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I don't think it's gonna reflect good on you if you act like you care about that. And I was like, fuck, that sucks. And when they brought all my stuff out of the storage locker, they brought me the case that the fucking bong was in. And I opened it up, and when I was opening it, I was like, oh, it's gone. And the police officer was like, it's so funny because I opened it in the police station. And if there was a bong in there, I would have been like, yoo-hoo, and like ran out. But I opened it and I was like, oh, it's gone. And he's like, what was in there? I was like, oh, I was like, nothing. Happy dude, but also I'm always dealing with lawyers. No, that's the only time in my life I ever had to deal with lawyers. Ever. I do remember my lawyer saying, it's a pleasure working with you, Danny, because, you know, he's like, you wouldn't want to be a lawyer. You're too kind. Like, he's like, you don't want to know the people that fucking... My lawyer was like, dude, I have gangbangers that literally gangbang. Like, that have fuck tons of money, and they'll pay me to defend them. He's like, here you are, young, have never done anything in your life that really deserves some kind of punishment like this. And he was like, man, it's a breath of fresh air, you know, working for you. And I just remember being like, man, it must suck ass being a lawyer. The bong was not in there, no. Unfortunately not. Shortly after that, I got a job on a weed farm. And then I worked my ass off on this farm, and then I stored a bunch of my stuff there to go visit my family. So like, I left all my stuff on this weed farm in California to go visit my family in Michigan. And when I got back to the weed farm, some crackhead had stole all my shit. Stole the laptop that I waited a year or 2 years to get back from that whole thing. And it's so funny, so random. And I was working that farm, and I got paid like thousands of dollars, and I was like saving to go on some kind of adventure or like something. And this guy robbed all my stuff. He's like, I don't know, if I see anybody going into that house or whatever, I'll let you know, this and that. And then I went to where that guy was sleeping, and he was using a blanket that was like a childhood blanket that I brought, that I had my whole life, and he was like using that blanket on his bed. And I was like, yo, motherfucker, was like, what's going on in here? Why is my blanket in here? This was in my stuff. You said you didn't see anybody go through my stuff. And I pressed the fuck out of him, dude. I pressed the fuck out of him. I was like, listen, dude, where's my fucking shit? I was like, I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't know why you got hired to come out here. I don't know why you need the help, but I don't think you belong here. It's like, clearly you're stealing shit. And then I reported him to the landowner who was hiring everybody. And he went through a shitload of video camera stuff. And he was like, oh yeah, he stole all your shit. He's like, I'm so sorry for hiring him. And then he fired him. And the only way that he could compensate me was give me like 10 pounds of weed. He was like, all right, I don't have the money to replace the money and all the shit that was stolen from you, but I can give you like 10 pounds of weed I just have lying around. I mean, it's more than what you lost, but you have to sell it. I was like, God damn it. That's why it's better to work for legitimate people. And, you know, I got all those stupid jobs out of the way in my 20s where I learned enough to know not to do it again. Oh, people that sue people, nobody wants to go to court. Even wealthy people don't fucking want to spend $300,000 in a year, per year, to try to litigate. You know? Danny ain't a liar. I don't believe that. If you win the suit, you don't gotta pay all the fees. Yeah, it really depends. Dude, there's so much difference in law depending on what's going on in that situation, but like when I won, I paid money the whole fucking way. All the money I earned went straight to my lawyer. I never got any of that back. None of my lawyer fees were compensated back for winning the case, nothing. So now if you're suing, I don't know. There's like so many different variations of suing. But yeah, what I've learned is that most people that have money that are like, yeah, sue me, I don't give a fuck, they don't want to be sued. They just, are very firm in their belief that they're innocent. Now, if you are a person who doesn't have that kind of money, you might still say the same thing, but you might need to launch a GoFundMe or something to represent yourself and not get totally fucked over by the person who has more money who kind of like puts you in the dark. Yeah, exactly. I guess if you're ever dealing with anything like that, as long as you know that you're innocent, just go for the most badass lawyer that exists. Like, go for the busiest, most expensive lawyer on planet Earth. Don't dilly-dally with some bullshit. Don't represent yourself. Just get it all done. Oh, nice song and dance, yeah. Well, sometimes there'll be like two people suing, or one part. Okay, so sometimes there'll be like, say that there's two parties. One party is suing the other party, right? And they can write out, hey, if we win, you owe all the fucking lawyer fees that I've been paying to fight this case. Unfortunately, I wasn't really able to do that. Oh, nice. Yeah, it was crazy. When I had got into jail, I sat down in my bed and this guy stood next to my bed and he was like, hey, I'm so-and-so. And I was like, cool, I'm Danny. And then he was like, all right, I'm going outside. And I was like, all right, nice to meet you. And he just stared at me and stood there and stared and stood and stared. And I was like, okay, like he said he's going outside. And I said, okay, bye. And then I look at him and I'm like, oh, you want me to come with you? And he goes, yeah, come on. So I'm like, oh God. So we walk across, like, say you're walking down a middle row, and on the left there's bunk beds, and on the right there's bunk beds. And there's like 60 bunks in one room, 60 in another, and 60 in another. So I'm in this one room where there's 60 bunks. And this guy comes up to my bed, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go outside. And I'm like, okay, I don't know you. And he's like, you know, basically like, come with me. And I'm like, oh, great. So we walk through. Yeah, that was general population. That's all they really have at this jail. 3 sections, and they all meet in this middle kind of heart where the security is, and where you can all, like, at certain points they opened the door to all 3 different things, and you could walk into them and talk to other inmates. But I was not fucking around like that. So the guy's like, all right, I'm going outside. So I'm like, okay, I'll come with you, I guess. And then we walk across all the bunks, you know, we get to this door, and the door just goes straight to outside. Like at the end of our room, there's a door that goes straight out to the yard. I go out to the yard. It's like a fucking movie, dude. He's like, you see this path? We'll walk around this. So he like points to where you can see like where so many people have walked. There's like a path. And he's like, we just do circles if you're not working out. Dude, there was people doing one-handed push-ups. There was people holding each other's legs while they did handstand push-ups. Like, these motherfuckers were training for war, dude. Like, I was like, oh my God, dude. Like, where am I? This is something. I couldn't even believe it was real for a bit. I was like, I must be dreaming, dude. And that's when the guy was like, hey, you know, just so you know, you're white, in case you didn't remember, and just so you know, you don't talk to the Mexicans, and just so you know, if anybody fucks with you, we got your back, you know? And I was like, okay, like, what am I supposed to say? Am I supposed to say like, no, I'm good, I don't want to be in your gang? Like, what am I supposed to do? So I'm just like, yeah, okay. He was literally like, you're white, so you're with the whites. You understand? And like looking me in my eyes while walking me through the yard. And I'm like, understood, you know? I'm like, okay, this is crazy. I understand. And he starts telling me all this shit. And I was like obsessed with hawks. Like my nickname was Moon Hawk, and I have a giant tattoo of a hawk, and hawks have been in my life and my family's life in such unique ways for so many years. So hawk is like this beautiful symbol to me. And while we're out in the yard, and I'm literally like, oh my God, I can't believe this is my life. I'm like, dude, I'm fucked. Like I'm having this conversation with this fucking gang leader, fucking white Peckerwood gang. And he's telling me I'm in the gang now. And I'm just like, fuck, dude. My life sucks right now. Like, shit. I'm not built for this shit. This ain't good. And then I hear... And I look up and there's this gorgeous... Dude, I look up and there's a hawk right in front of the sun. Like, all I could see was its golden shoulder wings, you know? It was like a red shoulder, red tail, like... gorgeous, fucking marvelous, just such a beautiful creature. And I look up at that hawk and it screeches and it blocks the sun out and it just glows. And I remember seeing it and being like, everything's gonna be fucking okay. I remember seeing that and being like, oh, like I'm not gonna be here for very long. This is fine. This is just a life lesson. Like, okay. And then I go back in, and everybody's looking at me like I just had to talk with the gang leader kind of shit. And I'm like, oh God. And then they're like, oh, hey, to the security. They're like, why didn't you give him a blanket and a pillow? How long have you been here, Danny? I'm like, I don't know, 4 hours. He's like, how the fuck do you not have what you need? And he starts like yelling at the guards, and the guards are like, okay, got it. We'll give him his shit. And they go and they grab what I need. And the guy's like, see, I told you I'd take care of you. And I'm like, oh God, this is crazy. And so remember, this guy said, you don't talk to the Mexicans. You don't talk to people of color. You're a Peckerwood. If you need a favor, ask us. Just don't be dumb. So I'm in there for like 6 hours, and I realize, wait, I haven't told my mom. Like, my family doesn't even know what's happening. And I was like, wait, don't you get a fucking phone call? Like, isn't that something from the movies? Like, I got to take when do I get my phone call? That kind of thing. And I went up to the security, and I was like, hey, excuse me. And then this Mexican guy walked up to me. He's like Norteño. He's like a whole other gang. And he's like, what's up? And I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to talk to this guy. He's like, what's wrong? And I was like, they didn't let me make a phone call. And he's like, so you've been here all day. I saw you come in. You haven't even called nobody yet? Like, no, you don't have family? And I was like, bro, I got family. Like, they need to know. Like, I need my fucking call. And he was like, well, fuck them, because they're not going to help you right now. And he said, I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to let you use my credits. So tell me the phone number, and you just take the phone from me after I call. Talk to your mom. And I was like, please, dude, like, fuck yeah, man. And so the guy fucking makes the call, hands me the phone, and then everybody looks at me like, oh, you just talked to the Mexican? You must be in cahoots. And I was like, oh, fuck, I just did what they told me not to do. And then apparently they like searched my car a little more, and they like found something that they had more questions about. And they like pulled me into a separate room. And then when I got out of the room, they were like, you're a narc, aren't you? Like, nobody in here comes in and then gets called into the other room and blah, blah, blah. Like, who the fuck are you? Like, what are you really here for? Now all of a sudden, the whole fucking jail thinks I'm some narc. And I was just like, dude, fuck this whole establishment, dude. Oh, and that's half of the story, bro. I promise you, there's so much more that I don't even want to tell you. It's hiding more than we know. Literally, you know more about me than most people who don't, have the opportunity to hear me tell that story. So technically, I don't hide shit, but some people get to learn about me. The only thing I hide is the fucking trauma that came from it, really. Stuff it deep down in there. Don't let it surface too often. Well, I'll tell you what, that whole 21 months I was being accused of something that wasn't true. So you better believe I fought tooth and nail to make sure that they could never accuse me of something that wasn't true. And in the end, they dismissed the whole case because of my willingness to fight back. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of innocent people out there who take the fucking charges because they don't know how to fight it. So I genuinely believe that I could have... When I was in jail and the guy was like, man, kid, you don't belong in here. Like, fuck, dude, this guy's in for this dude's in for this. Like, call my bail bonds friend. And it was like this wake-up moment where he was like, listen, man, most people come in here, and if you don't immediately get your fucking on your feet, like if you don't immediately start planning on how to get out of here, you're gonna go to court in here. He's like, just so you know, you can get out and be on the streets and go to court once a month. But if you don't try to get out, you're gonna go to court from jail. And eventually you're gonna give up on yourself, dude. He's like, you're just gonna take what they give you. And I'll never forget being so grateful for this guy being so fucking brutally honest with me. Like, he's the first person that reminded me that I can't just be paralyzed and that I know I'm freaked out and I've never been through anything like that, but like, I still need to just keep my fucking chin up and I need to get bailed out. He said, this place will do worse. He's like, you don't want to be here, man. He's like, trust me, fight the system from the outside. He's like, that's what I did. He said, I left, I got bailed. I got a drunk driving on my motorcycle, second time. And he said, even I could bail myself out. He said, instead of going to court here in jail, he said, I was able to be with my family for a few months and then turn myself in to go to serve the time when I was ready. He said, if I hadn't have kept my shit together, I would have been here ever since then. He said, I don't know if you understand, but like, you need to fight it from outside. But the trick is they'll make you forget that you can. I was like, thank you, wisdom keeper. And the person whom he like suggested that I call, she was like such a breath of fresh air. She was just like, oh my God, Danny, I'm gonna get you out of there. I'm gonna call your mom. I'm gonna call your friend. I'm gonna blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna like tell everybody what your status is. I wanna make sure that you don't stay in there very long. And, you know, she came through big time. I also didn't know about bail bonds and stuff. Like it's 10%. You only have to pay 10% of your bail bond. So like they told me my bail was like $10,000 or something, but it was actually like $1,000 or something. And I've never asked for anything from my mom. She kind of desperately like asks me if I need stuff sometimes, and I don't really, you know, I'm a little stubborn with that. But I moved out like 20 years ago, so. But I called my mom and she's like, Danny, I love you. And I'm not even gonna, I'm your mom. You never asked me for anything. And I trust you. So I'm just gonna bail you right out. I'm gonna get you out of that situation. You never asked me for anything before. I'm not gonna question it. And so she paid the bail. But then it was upon me to stay in that town and fight the system for 21 months and pay every penny I had that I was working for to only be able to live in the back of a car the whole time. And so I did get a little help in the beginning to get out so I could fight by myself. But had I not had that, I don't know what I would have done. It would have been a lot more confusing. My mom was shocked. I remember when I told her how much money they took from me. I was like, Mom, I've been saving cash. And I don't know, you never taught me how to finance this shit. I don't know how much I should be putting in my bank or what I need to do to claim it properly. So like, I had all my earnings on me and I was moving, and she's like, okay, so how much did they take? And I was like, a lot. And then she's like, how much? Like 1,000? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, oh my God, that's so much money, Danny. And I was like, Mom, it was more than 1,000. She's like, 2,000? Danny, that's so much money. I can't believe they're gonna take it. They're gonna keep it. Like, and then I was like, Mom, it's way more than that. And then she was like, how much? Tell me how much money did they take? And I was like, 32,500. And my mom was like, like she shrilled and was just like, Danny, I've never had that much money in my life. I can't believe you didn't tell me you had that much money. Like, I would have financed it for you. Like, I would have put it in your bank. I would have put it in my bank. I would have done anything to help you. And I was like, I didn't know, Mom. I don't know. I don't know how to handle money, okay? And she was just like, Danny, I swear to fucking God, I have never had that much money in my life. And then I realized, like, what a big fuck up I had done, you know? I was like, oh no, that is my life savings. Like, and I remember my lawyer telling me, you know what? If you would have put that money in your bank account, they wouldn't have been able to take a dime. And he said, hiring me would have been a lot easier if you weren't so scared of the fucking banks. He said they wouldn't have touched a dime. You could have hired me. This whole case would be over like in a month or two. And I was like, damn, dude. So now, even if my family gives me like $20 for my birthday, I fucking claim it on my taxes and put it in my bank immediately. I swear, it's like, it's yeah, it was tough. It was tough. I wanted my mom to be so proud of me. I was like young in my 20s. I'd saved 32 grand as a single, healthy, fucking charming young dude. You know, I was like, Mom, look, like maybe I'll buy a house, or, you know, like maybe if I fall in love with somebody, this is like security, you know, like maybe if I get somebody pregnant and like you're a grandma for my kid, and like maybe, you know, I like totally thought I was on this path of like having fucking figured it out. But what I realized is that I should have been financing it into my bank account so that the government could never touch it in the rare occasion that something like this happens. And I was like, Mom, I just wanted you to be proud of me. I was like fucking 1 week from telling her how much I had and asking her how to finance it and all this shit, man. Like, dude, I grew up in Detroit. You think they teach us how to finance success? No. It's not easy. Lesson learned, bro, 100%. 100%. Yep. Dude, I paid taxes on an inheritance. I got like $1,000 from my grandma. Fucking claimed it, paid taxes on it. I was like, I don't care, dude. I don't care. As long as nobody can touch this. Lesson learned. Like, on top of having no evidence against me for what they were claiming and the amount of money that I had, they're like, well, then how do you have this much cash? Like, clearly you're selling these drugs. And I was like, I got you. Because I worked in the festival industry and there's a bunch of like aspiring photographers, and because our community became such a face of the festivals, that there was literally action shots of me like handing over hundreds of dollars worth of product with a customer handing over $100 of cash. Like, I had dozens of different photos from different events of me in the middle of a work transaction. So I had like this plethora of like an incredible amount of proof of how I earned the money. And I was like, listen, motherfuckers, it's all up to you until you end this case, because I have a ridiculous amount of evidence in my favor. So, yeah. They made a lot of money off me. That's how they pay the fucking tax bills and keep up with their quotas, is they harass people like me until I prove myself innocent, and then they apologize. But that apology was after me spending every dollar I earned for 2 years just to fight the case and then lose all the money that they stole from me during it. Nothing came back to me but life lessons, you know? So, it is what it is. Don't make yourself vulnerable. Don't put yourself in a position where you can be made an example of like that. Watch your back. Don't break the law. I actually would have made more money and saved more money if I pleaded guilty and then served time and got out and just worked. But instead, I paid a lawyer for 21 months. So like, not only, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Oh, you know what was extra crazy? Is that I was asking the food company I worked for like leftover expired food because I was poor and I couldn't afford to eat, and I was sleeping in the back of my car because I was dealing with the government trying to accuse me of false accusations that I was adamantly fighting against. So I'm like starving, by the way. And I go into the government building and I'm like, excuse me, I would like to apply for food stamps. And they were like, okay, do you have a job? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, okay, how much do you earn? And I was like, this much. And then they were like, oh, you're not eligible. You make too much. And I was like, oh, so I'm not eligible for food help? And they're like, no, you look how much you make. And I said, well, what if I told you that I'm sleeping in the back of a Camry that's on empty, and I'm walking to work and walking back to my fucking gasless Camry, curling up in a ball in the back seat, and I'm paying my whole fucking work check that's too much for benefits to my lawyer with 0 cents left to my name every single time. So you're telling me that even though clearly, and I remember like literally being like, my fucking friends are telling me I'm losing weight, like I'm here, I'm putting my, you know, like my pride aside, my stubbornness aside, and I'm here asking you for help. And they were like, sorry, you make too much money. And I was like, oh, and then they're like, well, here's all like the food bank recommendations and stuff. And I was like, because in my gasless car, I can get there, right? And because even though I'm working overtime every day and not getting paid much for it, you think I can afford to drive there and I have time and like the motivation? Like I might be hungry, but that doesn't replace things in my life to make it easier. And the lady just looked devastated. Like clearly she knew that I was struggling and that she had to deny me even though I needed it. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I was like, so the fucking meth head that just came in here that told me he was gonna sell all of his food stamps, that you just gave him food stamps, so that guy got them? Nice. But somebody who's really trying to get their shit together right now, who really needs it, you're just gonna deny? I was like, how the fuck does this system work? What is America? This is bullshit. I remember being very upset. And I'll just admit it. I went in there like 2 months later and I lied. I said, you know what? I'm not working there anymore. I don't have a job anymore. I'm fucking homeless and I have no money and no food. And they were like, wow, can you prove it? They're like, let us check your bank account. I was like, I don't have a bank account. I can't, why would I have one, dude? They're just charging me they're charging me fees for not having money. And I just lied. And I was like, because when I visited her the first time and she said no, I said, so if I told you I wasn't working, would you have said yes? And she said, honestly, yeah. So I waited a couple months and I went back in and I fucking lied. And I said, no, I don't have a job anymore. I don't make anything. And the only reason I was able to fucking eat is because I lied. And I was poor and I couldn't afford food. I had to lie to the government to help me when I needed it most. Such a great government we have. Fucking idiots. It's crazy. So there was a domino effect of really unfortunate feelings and realizations that came from that whole thing. All stuff that just gave me a peek into humanity. At one point I was like, man, I don't know if I could travel back in time if I would change it. I would take the false accusation. I would take the struggle because it showed me what the majority of people go through in the system. It showed me to be treated like a minority and not a white privileged person. It gave me a taste of what it's like to know that you deserve better, but being thrown the fucking worst. So, you know, I think that there was no other lesson in life ever that would ever bring me as close to understanding the pain of humanity, what people deal with. Like truly, it was that big of a fucking curveball in life that I was like, you know, I would have never known how hard this shit is. I would have never known what it's like to fight an uphill battle knowing that you're a good person. Fuck. And even though it was so hard, and it took me 21 months to get the case dismissed, people were still like, yeah, enjoy that last shred of white privilege. You know, I have a black friend that was like, if that was me, bro, it would have been 4 years. And misdemeanor. They wouldn't have dropped it. You know, like, he's like, you know, even your privilege is gone, buddy. And I was just like, you know, you're fucking right. You're right. Like, our crazy government is so deep-seated and racist, and they've got fatigue on it. They're now ready to tax the fuck out of everybody, even their own color, which was a lot rarer. You know, put them through the ringer, throw the books at them. They'd always let you be like, go away, get away with it, less punishment if you're white. And yeah, it's a very interesting whole little world. So yeah, you ever want to learn a shitload about yourself and life? Go to jail for a couple days and then fight the government for 2 years to prove your innocence to finally win. That's a whole damn movie. They wonder why people game the system. I know, right? You know, I did learn that there's good people and bad people everywhere. That, you know, like, even after all those cops treated me like a piece of shit and acted like I was in the wrong when I was in the right. So, you know, it doesn't make me look at every cop and be like, fuck the police, you know, like, it doesn't make me. It just reminds me that there's some nice people, there's some bad people in everything in life. I remember, like, the day after I got out of jail, I remember I met up with my friends, and then I was like, the next day, I was like, let me just go take a walk. Like, I'm not in jail, everything's gonna be okay. Let me take a walk. And I brought my guitar with my strap, my acoustic guitar with my strap. So I was like walking the streets of Santa Barbara with a guitar. And I was like singing and playing and like really trying to just heal through the shit. And this big fucking group of cops walked up next to me, and I stopped playing, and I was like, oh, because I like just experienced all this stuff with the police. And he goes, no, man, I was digging it. Keep playing, keep playing. And he like patted my shoulder and smiled, and I kept playing and singing, and he was like, good job. And then they like parted from walking with me after like a minute. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, I needed that, honestly. I was like, dude, fuck yeah. I was like, I can't let this make me bitter. I can't let this make me blanket everybody with one, like, stereotype, you know. It's not good. I have stories that have nothing to do with like the feelings that you probably just felt while I was telling that. I have some pretty elaborate, fun stories that are not like that. That's the one story in my whole life that's like a movie. Genuinely. Remember how I told you I know every bathroom in Venice and stuff? I promise I wasn't just getting a big head and trying to sound like I know a lot. This section of bathrooms in particular, it's at the South Venice, meaning if you're walking down Venice beachfront where all the action is, when that ends, this is where the residential zone begins. This is South Venice Beach. There's one set of bathrooms in South Venice Beach, and half of them they never open. They're closed permanently. And then 2 that do open don't have locks. And then one of them has a lock, but you have to like slam the door and pull it towards yourself to get it to close. So this is the most commonly babysat one, where like you have to have your friends stand in front of the door if you're using it. So this one, if you're ever here, you might want to go find a different bathroom if you have to go really bad. If you have to sit down on the toilet to go, you might just want to leave Venice and find a better town. Hell yeah, dude. Let's get some wheelies. Ew. Oh, wait. I have seen people with BMW, Mercedes, Tesla, 150,000 cars driving with food banks, filling their cars with food. I believe it, dude. 100%. Yeah, that's another thing, dude, is that some of these fucking food banks are like very culturally, religiously specific. Like if you're homeless and you walk up to get food from a food bank, or if you look like you don't practice what they practice, you're not gonna feel welcome there. Like some churches are chill. And the only reason I know this is because I grew up going to food banks, you know, in Detroit and all around Detroit. You basically go to church because you're poor and you eat bagels and donuts and drink tea and coffee and cookies because the church provides that after the session. And then after church, you drive to another church and you get the food bank stuff. And what I noticed is that, like, say if you looked at the house I lived in and the house and how much my mom worked while raising 3 kids, I was her 3rd kid and she didn't stop working full time until I was like 19. So, and I have a sister, you know, either way. So like my mom's been momming for a long time. And, you know, our house was very small. We never went hungry. We had multiple options of food. It would just be like, oh, you're tired of eating the same shit, aren't you? But we were never fucking foodless, ever. But a food bank would help us tremendously and take a little bit of weight off my mom sometimes. I mean, I remember when she would look at the cost of how much groceries were, she would always make a certain sigh and kind of just be like, fuck. You know, and food was way cheaper back then too. But I just remember my mom being like, look at this, $190 for you guys. Like this, you know, it's like, it was hard for her. But what I notice in California is people will live in these baller ass houses, like big houses, and they'll have like 4 family members go fucking line up in the same line but not talk to each other. And then they'll bring all the food to one house. It's like, what are you doing? Not to mention all the government things that people take advantage of in the United States to steal money from the taxpayers for, like, you know, like all the Somalian daycare stuff. That's kind of a good example. Like our government provides extensive housing to people who are willing to say that they're going to start a daycare for children. And so a lot of people have houses that they're just normal houses. They don't even have daycares in them, but they don't pay fucking shit, you know? There's a lot of that in our government, bro. I feel bad for Somalian people because they're getting some mad hate right now for being on the top of the totem pole with the whole daycare scamming. But it's a lot of people are doing it. All right, Venice Beach, guys.
Y autonomía para llevarte más lejos. Solo conocer este país. Obtén 3.9% al financiar.
Yo, Afras. Yo, dude, thank you so much for the raid. Yo, thank you, man. Thank you. You guys check out Afras Explorers. I follow him. I would love it if you guys did too. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Danny. How are you? We're in Venice Beach. I've been just telling crazy stories about my life all day. I hope you guys had a good day. Afraz streams in New York, and he's got these really good streams, man. Sometimes I wish I lived in a different time zone so I could enjoy some of the East Coast streamers more. Yeah, W. Thank you. Yeah, please, guys, follow Afraz. He's always been so kind and so generous, and he's always raided when he gets a chance, and I think that, you know, he's got a good community. All green flags or whatever, green flags. Venice was supposed to have a hotel converted into living spaces for homeless, but the money disappeared. Yeah, Venice ended up having they had a shelter that had like 60 or 70 different little mini homes on it, but it was like a placeholder.
Your dealer today to get a great offer on a new 2026 Volkswagen Atlas.
So it was only temporary. Dude, Extreme Menace. Do you know about Venice's history? Do you know about Venice's history? Like this whole area here? This whole area is a pretty miraculous place. So where we just walked up here, this is kind of like the epicenter of Venice Beach. This used to be where all the first developments were. This is where everything was supposed to be like the epicenter. And they started building these fancy buildings, and they started opening restaurants and bars all right here. Right here. And while they were doing it, they accidentally struck oil. And then they were like, oh, fuck all this shit. Let's just purge all the oil out of the beach. So in their whole big future plan of building this like elaborate luxury area for people to be, they literally stopped all production, started mining and drilling for oil. And then once they stripped every inch of this area of any oil they could find, they left all the stuff they built before that dilapidated. So in like the 50s and 60s, all the vagrants and travelers and hippies and soon-to-be skateboarders, they were the only people who were willing to live in this dilapidated garbage trash, left for nothing by wealthy people place. So the culture that you see here, when you see skateboarding, wouldn't even have, I mean, like this whole skateboarding literally was invented and created here. And those people lived in these apartments for next to nothing. So dirt cheap, you could never believe it. And eventually they inhabited it to such a degree that it created what this eccentric, fun, entertaining, you know, kind of bizarre sideshow type shit energy that it has. That's where that was cultivated, actually, in the 50s and 60s from the people who moved into the dilapidated, left behind what people deemed as trash and unusable. And so, you know, sometimes you got to rough it out and make the best of what you got. And I think that Venice Beach is a pretty damn good example of that. I think that in some way, this area is being gentrified, and meaning that like, now that it was deemed livable, now the property value is gonna go up so high that like only rich people can afford it. So eventually it'll make it hard for, you know, people that I know that live here. The rent will be twice as much, at least. In the next few years, I would imagine. All it takes is one renovation of a building and the rent goes up by 3x. So it'll kind of force the creatives out and only allow the people who can afford it in. And that's what changes every good city. That's why when people, and everything's gonna change and everybody's gonna look back every 10 years and say it was better 10 years ago. But that's what changes the heart of a place. Like San Francisco is not a fucking tech city. It used to not be. You know, it was the revolutionary fucking psychedelic hippie movement place. It was a special place that the eccentricity and the authenticity and the weirdness and the colorfulness and the arts and all the stuff made it what it is. It made it what people love about San Francisco and what write poetry about San Francisco and leave their heart in San Francisco. It's not just the place, it's the people, it's the culture of the time. And unfortunately, things get gentrified in every city and every big city in and around the city. And everything that seemed like too good to be true becomes too good to be true. Your rent goes up, your real estate property tax goes up, your federal and government taxes go up, and you know, it pushes out the people who could live comfortably here before. And a lot of the beautiful people that lived in San Francisco, like generations, dude, like people who literally migrated there in the early 1900s are being kicked out. Like their great-great-grandkids are being kicked out of the neighborhoods they grew up in because the real estate has gone up so much they can't afford it anymore. And so it's pushing, like in San Francisco has a bunch of individual little sub-neighborhoods that have little communities within each one, right? So it's hard to notice that it's happening unless you're involved or you go to each part of San Francisco. But I remember over the years, areas changing. I remember people walking the streets of all color. You know, they made that city beautiful and colorful and fun. And a lot of those families got pushed across the bridge to Oakland into like industrial buildings and neighborhoods that are around industrial buildings. Very dangerous. Oakland's a very dangerous place. It's just right across the bridge from San Francisco. So a lot of people moved to the East Bay who spent, you know, the last 80 years living in San Fran. So it must be really saddening to be a San Francisco native and be like, well, I guess I'm going to go live in the industrial Ave in Oakland, where every time I pull in, I have to stare at my fence and make sure nobody runs through it and steal and like robs us, or, you know, make sure we stay safe. Carry a gun because we need to now. It's tough. Oh yeah. Nah, dude, even before the e-bikes were the motorcycle gangs and the four-wheeler gangs. They are nuts. Like they'll literally shut down whole neighborhoods just to peel out in the streets for 4 hours, and the cops don't want it to get out of hand, so they don't start chasing them. Usually they just kind of hope that they won't start running off because there could be deaths, you know, they could get hurt. So instead they just like block off the end of the street and the other end where they're doing that shit and try to sort of contain it. But you're not kidding, dude. That shit is loud. We've seen it on stream a lot in LA and San Diego. I mean, and San Francisco. Honestly, the loudest ones are those little mini motorcycles, the mini bikes. The gas-powered ones. They're loud as shit. It's like a motor, it's like a chainsaw. Hello, sweet cheetah. Nice username. Cheetahs are dope. Would have loved to rent one of those little places for a while and visit the area. At least at some juncture, yeah. Remember downtown LA probably a month ago or so, we saw those, they did a bunch of donuts. Yeah, yep, right outside the convention hall by like the Peacock Theater and all that. And the arena. Oh, I'm sweaty, dude. I've been wearing my hoodie. I said I wouldn't put it on. I guess I magically put it on at some point. All right, I gotta use the restroom, guys. I don't know how easy that'll be, but I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves, make a friend in chat. Did I see the poll that ranked downtown LA's worst areas in the US? Not vibrant or pleasing anymore for workers, visitors or workers. Very sad. Yeah, it's been a while since I went downtown and had like a golden hour moment, you know? Like, it was probably like 2 years ago is the last time I went downtown, and I was like, every turn I took, I was like, wow, there's so many cool, nice people, feels safe but busy, and like the lighting was so beautiful, and it was like, every other time ever since then, I feel like it's felt a little more hectic or sketchy. Kind of always watching my back downtown. I'm originally from Detroit, so I kind of feel like I need to have eyes behind my head sometimes in those areas. But all right, I need to use the restroom. Give me a minute, guys. Talk amongst yourselves, make a friend in chat, and thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. This is our exclusive drop. Use 100 bits or a sub, and drops enabled, but it's physical drops. Give you a little heart on the eye.
That's how far back we are, but look, that was the angle that it was all at when it was.
You guys, we're on our way to Mission Dolores. So when my title says something, I could change it throughout the stream on YouTube, but if there's a title that says something, we're eventually always going to be there, but just expect adventures on the way. Like, we made it to the hate. This is so sick. Accept it. Oh. So special. Like, wow, dude, Twitch has you. We're fucking lucky, you know? And I'm not kissing any ass either. Like, she deserves that kind of accolades, like that kind of recognition. And we have a lot of friends in that same wheelhouse that deserve that same kind of treatment, and being told that they deserve the love and that they have a bright future and that I'll always be there. Looking forward to seeing what they do next, and if there's any way I can support it, I will. And so, W. Erie for putting herself out there and for believing in herself, and for your community to believe in you and turning it into something real special. And I really do
look forward to seeing where life takes you. I don't even care if it's in 20 years from now. I'll be supporting you. Even if Twitch doesn't exist, you really do deserve it. And those of you who are from her stream, I know you guys feel that same way.
Love it. Stay safe.
Okay, the speaker works again.
10 hours, 46 minutes. Get ready to call it pretty soon. Get ready to go to sleep. 40-minute walk. Holy shit. Yeah, to do a 40-minute walk and then walk all day.
Most people's average walking speed is like 2 to 3 miles an hour.
We did that yesterday. So the rest of the day.
Hold on. I gotta show you guys what I see here.
Song_and_dance says this is how paradise must look like.
Oh my god! Where are we?
C_Furion7 says holy great mother Gaia.
Oh!
I might just have to do that.
Yeah, if you're ever interested in going to a school for psychedelic studies, we've got them out here.
Yeah.
I would like to use napping.
Wait till he sees like every other part of town. There's so much more. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Something that he can't miss. I tried to make a short list. It was like.
What a nice spot. Ooh.
Dude, you want to see my new technology?
What is that?
You know how people wear tinfoil hats?
Yes.
I have this to protect my head from aliens and 5G.
You guys didn't even see it. You saw it. Okay.
That's in all my hats I put tinfoil to protect.
Is that bad for your head?
It's protecting from 5G.
But it could be bad for your scalp and your hair follicles.
I'm gonna double check that.
Do you remember those nights in December?
meet you. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing, Danny.
Yeah, of course, Joe. It's nice to meet you. Don't worry, take care. Let me know what's going on in your world.
Mentally, emotionally, I feel that. All the above.
Are you like north, south, east?
Hey, bro, if everyone's reading here, do it close.
Oh, shit. Let's go. This is our exclusive drop. Use 100 bits or a sub and drops enabled, but it's physical drops. Give you a little heart on the eye.
That's how far back we are, but look, that was the angle that it was all at when it was.
You guys, we're on our way to Mission Dolores. So when my title says something, I could change it throughout the stream on YouTube, but if there's a title that says something, we're eventually always going to be there, but just expect adventures on the way. Like, we made it to the Haight. This is so sick. Accept it. Oh. Okay. I think we're back. The Bathroom Chronicles. I bet, dude, if I just turned off my stream to privacy and then I turned like a camera on, right? When I go into the bathroom, which is obviously a very taboo thing to suggest, but the things that you hear in these restrooms is some crazy shit. You hear people having like crazy conversations in the stalls next to you about the weirdest shit. This guy was like, hey, I have an extra lighter. Or no, if you have an extra lighter, I'll trade you a rock for the lighter. I just need to keep the lighter.
Like I'm just hearing these like clear as day, like tweaker convos happening. Exchanging lighters for an entire pebble of something. She's like, hell yeah, I got an extra lighter. You sure? But I did find a really cool song while I was gone. Just wait for it, it's sick. Welcome back, everybody. It's getting a lot busier. VK, welcome back. Thank you. It's getting a lot busier in town as far as parking goes. Because there's a lot you guys don't see, right? That's like me parking every morning and night. When I was working for Victoria and I had those parking passes, I would bring you guys back to my van a lot because I had so much more options over there. I could move, I could always have a spot because I had the pass, like the street parking pass. But now that it's summer and I have to park like anywhere, and there's a lot more people coming to town and the weekends are getting busier, I'm having to park like on the outskirts in places I don't normally park. What's everybody up to this happy Wednesday? This beautiful Wednesday. Sorry. My hoodie is so sweaty. Any plans for the weekend? I don't know. Definitely more shit happening now that it's summer. I need to get back into the grind of things and oh shit, thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, I need to thank you so much for gifting a sub to Nightbot. Thank you. That helps for the emotes. Supposed to be able to get a lifetime sub for my bots from Twitch for being a partner. I just never done it. So thank you. Like I have to like email them about it and stuff. Maybe I'll tell them to set it up for, make sure we have that. Thank you so much. Working on a drawing, yo. Lurking and walking. Oh, lurking and working on a drawing, nice. What are you drawing? What you working on? Thank you again, V-Kite. Can we get some W-V-Kites in the chat? They even have their own command. Nothing to do. Yo, the flowers are back. I'm having deja vu. We walk past these flowers every year. They flower so many times. Gorgeous. Add to your sticky notes, I know, right? Picture about someone reading a book. There's a lot going on in the background. There are buildings, owl, humans, eyes, a cat, and water. Damn, that sounds elaborate. Nice. Oh, you know what I was thinking? I think I need to have a psychotic habit, like okay, hear me out. I don't know if that came out right. I think I need a fun new hobby. That's what I meant to say. So picture this, imagine. Hear me out. Okay. I start collecting miniature things. Miniature things. Like, wouldn't it be fun to collect miniature things, like tiny little things? Because then you can collect a shit ton of stuff and it doesn't take up as much space. It still holds equal value. It's also interesting and weird, you know? Like anything in life you can find miniature, dude. Like a miniature iPhone, like I'm talking like the size of a Barbie one, you know, or like a miniature rolling pin, you know, like a minute, you know? And then I could start making dioramas and I could start making like crazy stop motion or something. Where do you keep them? I don't know, but wouldn't it be cool? Say if I either A, just do it in this van, or B, in another van. Say I like create a space for all my miniature collectibles. And, or maybe I'd have to have them in cases for safekeeping, like fishing tackle cases, or like jewelry cases and stuff. You know? Like a little tiny trumpet. Or like a little Eiffel Tower, you know, like something from everywhere that I could travel to as well, because that weird hobby could bleed into our streams, you know? It could be like, we could find tiny little things. It's like, holy shit, no, we have to buy this. Like, it would be fun to have something like that connected to just my life in general. It sounds interesting. It's just a thought. And it would be kind of a part of the streams too. And then photograph? I don't know. I love keepsakes, but I hate having a bunch of material bullshit. So I think that miniature things would be cooler. Like, and then if anybody's ever like, oh, what do you want as a gift? I'll be like, just whatever it is, miniature. They'll be like, what do you mean? I'm like, and I'll send them pictures, you know? Like, here's a garbage bin. Here's a miniature garbage bin. Here's a folding chair. Here's a miniature folding chair. Why? I don't know. Because I bet eventually you'd stumble across some crazy mini things in weird corners of the world. Or have to like order weird shit off the internet and like wait for it to show up from Temu. It's just another creative, fun thing. You could use it for animation, like stop motion, art. I have to wear thick magnifying. Not that miniature. I think they rate things in size by like 1/10, 1/8, 1/6, 1/4, something like that. Will you become a mini hoarder? Probably not, but it's fun to think about. I never collect anything really. Maybe crystals for a while, but maybe I could build a diorama, sign it, then do like a charity stream, and then everything I earned from that stream, and then auction the diorama off to somebody, and then donate everything to a charity from that day. I don't know. I could spin off of the whole idea probably a couple different ways if I just start thinking of stuff. They'll fit in your storage. Yeah, that's another thing. That's why it was such an interesting thought to me. It's like, well, what if everything I had was small? I can enjoy everything in life, just miniature. A tiny Zen garden. That sounds nice. That'd be cool. Oh yeah, here's the anti-service buildings on the right. These big hotels or apartment buildings. Beautiful day. Storytelling had me riveted. Yeah, it's crazy. It's always fun to share the stories. Running over that weed is nuts. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I remember what I had to do was sell that weed to even get by, because I had no more money. So like that weed helped me so much. I was like, I walked into my friend's house and I was like, I just found like 1.5 ounces of weed on the ground in the street, and then they were like, really? We'll buy all of it. We'll buy everything, all of it right now. And I was like, okay. So I ended up getting rid of it immediately. I'm hungry. Suppose I better eat breakfast? Oh yeah, you better eat something. I don't know, I just ate some breakfast. I guess it was a pretty Good while ago. Let's go over to the shade. What up, Vect? Happy hump day. That's where Danny has to write a book, I know, right? Yeah, maybe one day. It's sad that some of these nicer areas don't get enjoyed enough. Time for some Quest chips? I haven't had them in months. Back, had to lurk dinner? How was dinner? Hope it was good. Chili lime Quest are delicious. They're all good. They're all so good. Don't you think? Oh, take that fucking streamer bra off. Pasta with vegetables? That sounds good. Sauce? Packs? Sometimes they have them at Costco and it's like infinitely better. Like whatever the best price you've ever seen, they give you twice as much. They sell like these huge bags. Just one big ass bag. How bad is that service? Alright, I'll move somewhere else, but I'm a little tired. Give me 1 sec.
Okay.
Accept it. Oh. I might just have to do that.
Yeah, if you're ever interested in going to a school for psychedelic studies, we've got them out here.
Yeah.
I would like kidnapping.
Wait till he sees like every other part of town. There's so much more. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Something that he can't miss. I tried to make a short list. It was like.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing, Annie.
Yeah, of course, Joe. It's nice to meet you. And Marie, take care. Sorry, the service was very poor over there. Welcome back. Oh, I know, I love playing it. I want to get a new one day. One that's like totally different. bridge service? Never? You need to start bonding. Nothing wrong with that. Like a different key or octave? Well, they make these ones that are like, mine's a steel cut drum, like a steel tongue drum. And then they make these ones that are like steel that's like hand pounded, and each note is like individually hammered into the note that it's supposed to be. And it's a thinner steel, and it has less like the resonance is different. The length of each note when you strike it, you know, like boom or boom. Like one sounds like one's shorter and like one's longer, has like more sustain to it. And they just have like totally different sounds. Like one will sound like Egyptian, weird Moroccan sounding, and then the one like I have sounds more like, I don't know, wind chime, xylophone drum meets like, I don't know, something. Like probably if I got one that was in the same key, I'd probably be able to play it a lot easier. Even though there'd be more notes and they'd be in tune perfectly, and there'd be like this whole like 50% more that I could do, where all the percussion notes would be so different because the percussion on the drum that I have, it's such a thick steel, it's limiting. On the thicker steel ones, you can bend the pitch, you can have like all sorts of tapping and flicking and like making the percussive parts like more prominent, and like where like half the song you're playing is like you slapping and tapping it in such a way, and like bending the pitch of the lowest note where it's like boom, and like mixing all that together and like using harmonics and stuff too. And like the drum would be like so perfectly tuned that every single note would have a harmonic attached to it, and maybe even multiple harmonics. No, but if you ever damage it or drop it or hit it too hard, or some idiot slams their hand on it like thinking it's more strong, like the one I have now is like indestructible, and it's not like that. Like if I damaged it, I would have to like ship it for like several $100s to whoever made it, and then the maker would have to like take it apart, and then he would have to like hammer every single portion of the metal and like retune that individual note that went out of tune because of the damage. So like each fixing is like thousands of dollars. So it wouldn't be the smartest thing to have a really nice one and live in the van with it. It just wouldn't be optimal conditions for it. I would need to have like a place that I'm renting and like always like lend it to a professional musician, a friend of mine that like understands precious instruments exist, and like make sure it's just always cared for, like if I'm not around. It'd be kind of a responsibility of sorts. The one I have now is like very thick steel, and it used to sound brighter and sustain longer, but I've had it since like 2018. So I've had it for like 8 years. What's up, Carla? How are you? Costco Quest chips are 30% less per bag than even Safeway sale price. Nice. About $2 per bag when you buy a 14 box. Yeah, well, the one you're missing, that's the even better deal, is when they once in a while they have this huge bag, and the huge bag is like I said before, like it's like any of the best price you ever got, and then multiply the quantity by 2 in one bag. They had like these big, giant, stupidly big bags, and they were like the same price as the big bag, half that size at Target, like on sale. So good, I'm glad you're doing good. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to eat at some point, right? Wait, let me think about where I am.
How you guys feeling? On a scale from 1 to 10, let's check in. On a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being the worst day of your life, 10 being the best day of your life, in the chat, type, how are you doing? I'd say I'm like a 7. Between worst day and best day, 7 seems pretty good. I still want to like stay on track with all the stuff that I'm working on and trying to sort out and, you know, trying to stay on that grind, wake up encouraged and feeling motivated every day. Try to make sure I stay on track and make sure I don't waste any precious time. I'll take rest when I need it, but at this point, I need to get on the grind. And for all the right reasons, you know. We've got something real special going on here, and we're going to actively be going at it all year. Saronia 6.7. Tanya 7. B-Kite 7. Trissel 5. Kerr 6.5 to 7. Nala 7. Vect 8. I'm pretty pleased with how my drawing is going, but it's 3 a.m. I really should go to sleep. Oh my gosh. Go to sleep. Get some rest. 3 a.m. Lullaby and good night. Go to sleep, Tanya. Definitely gonna say 7. Not too shabby, but also no complaints either. Okay. I created this radio station. I like it. Whoa, April's stream looks so sick. Whoa. Good night, Tanya. Dude, New York looks like some shit out of Cyberpunk. Fuck, man. New York is epic looking. I want to go to New York, dude. Let's set ourselves up for a raid, guys. I would love to do that. Casey! Guys, make sure you join the Discord. I'm gonna do a movie night soon. Just be on the lookout. It's going down. Alright, I got to hang out with you guys today. That was awesome. Got to explore Marina del Rey for hours and hours. And I got lots of steps in. We probably walked like 10 miles plus. And yeah, it's just so nice to spend time with you. I told a crazy story. That story took like 5 miles of the day. Are you streaming tomorrow? Yeah. First ever Discord movie night? Yes. I was trying to think of movies or something that are like really special. Or like something that's just like guaranteed to be good. Oh wait, there's a movie that I've never seen that I didn't realize that Ratatouille. I've never seen it. And I didn't realize that like Anthony Bourdain like inspired that movie too, that like they even gave him a shout out in the credits at the end of the movie, and that Anthony Bourdain said that was his favorite movie of all time. Can we watch Hackers? I would love that. It'd be fun to watch it with that context, thinking about. Damn, it's so gorgeous where April is. Okay, we're gonna raid April. Guys, get ready for a raid. Hurry, hurry, hurry. She's in such an epic area. Like, I feel like if she turns to a different corner, you guys won't see this. Holy fuck. This is like the kind of shit that makes me want to go to New York. Streams like what April's doing right now. That or like Christmas time or New Year's, because it looks really charming. Yo, thank you guys so much for being a part of my life. I love you guys so much. Be good to yourselves. You're always so good to me, so. Stinger, good night. Nala, good night. Groot, good night. Ditoma, good night. Vect, good night. Vikite, good night. Groot, good night. Kerr, good night. KC, good night. Extreme Menace. Have you noticed the shrinkflation going on? 100%, bro. 100,000,000%. McDonald's started serving in these little paper things instead of the cardboard-like ones, and dude, everything is shrinking and everything's going up in price. Inflation on cost and shrinkflation in quantity. Tanya, good night. Nala, Trissel, Ceronius, Carla, Barista. Sorry if any of you guys just showed up. Dude, I hope it's... Okay. I don't know where she is, but it looks really epic. Love you guys. I'll see you there. Keep in touch in the Discord if you'd like. And keep your eye out for that movie night. Tell your friends and your family that you love them. And au revoir. Arrivederci. Adios. Ciao, ciao. Goodbye. I love you. I'm trying to let it rate automatically on its own. And I feel like I probably should just